So any minute now, I suppose we'll be hearing either the police band or the regiment band striking up the music to start what is in fact considered the very beginning of the greatest show on earth, Trinidad Carnival.
And I'd like to say that there's really not a seat left, because there's some people here from the French embassy who asked me if I could possibly, you know, see if there were any seats. And really, the only seats that are left are those which are numbered for specially reserved people.
The stage, I must say, is extremely beautifully decorated, right at the top of the western end and also the eastern end. We have enormous fires.
They look like Olympic torches.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. It certainly sort of it helps to bring the stage in a little bit, because the stage is in fact so large that it sort of puts an end to it at the east and western side, so that I'm hoping that it will sort of contain the costumes a little bit. I'm also hoping that it's not going to cause any problems with some of the really wide costumes when they're trying to leave the stage. Although I think the producers take things like that into consideration, because quite often before the show, when the people come to draw for their numbers, it's not unusual to see some of the kings and their designers on stage with tape measures measuring the length and the width of the stage, making sure that they will certainly have the kind of flow that they want in order to project their costumes to the best of their ability.
I think the one king who is certainly going to fill the stage is Peter Samuel, because the width of that costume, I think, just about tips on either end of the stage. The others are well within the parameters of the stage here. In years gone by, we've had some problems with the cables and wires on top, but I don't think we have a problem this year, because none of the costumes, I suspect, goes beyond 25 feet in height.
Well, I think Cheddar Eustace comes up at around 25 feet, and it is about 26 across. So that too is one of the very large costumes you'd be looking for. Well, we could just feel the excitement of the crowd, because they have been waiting, and I must say they have not been very patient, but you really can't blame them, because I think they want to get on with the show. It's such a big and wonderful show that you feel you're sitting here and you're waiting for something special to happen, and it's not happening.
And many others. Buddhism came to China from India around the beginning of the Christian era.
And here we're getting a sight of the first queen to come up here before the judges. This portrayal is called Kuan Yin, the goddess of mercy. The competitor's name is Anra Bob, and she comes from San Fernando. This is from the band Somewhere at Some Time. It's the production of Nosotros y Nosotros. The costume designed and made by Leslie Bob, who's also the band leader from this San Fernando band.
Anra Bob, of course, is no stranger at all to the stage. She's one of these queens who has been on the stage for many years. Costume, because of how it's made, is giving a bit of problems in terms of getting into the spirit of Carnival, which is one of the important aspects of this particular competition here this evening. But the costume must not only look beautiful, it must in fact embody all that is Carnival.
Well, I certainly think, Maurice, what has happened here with this costume is that once you use paillettes, you're going to get this beautiful glittering effect. And they have used 80,000 paillettes. Now, I mean, that is mind-boggling, because the effect is that you almost can't look at it because it's just shimmering so much. However, that is just really the back piece that shimmers like that. Look at the front, and she does this lovely dance.
Very clever, actually, because she's making the difficulty of moving this thing seem very easy with the little Chinese steps.
Well, as you can hear, that the crowd has certainly appreciated what is going on, because right now she has moved away from that dance and she's doing a complete wild jump up and putting the spirit of Carnival into her costume.
And freeing up the whole movement here on stage. It certainly is a costume with a tremendous amount of movement. That pagoda in front is going to the pulse of the music. And then, of course, she has three of these large semicircular structures behind, which, as you said, are filled with all these thousands of paillettes. And it certainly is a glittering effect.
I know quite often we talk about the use of fans in costumes, that we find that you see so many costumes with fans now. But, of course, this costume needs fans, because the fan is the symbol of this, the whole Chinese effect. and therefore it really fits into the whole idea behind the costume. Well, as we have our Queen making her way off stage, perhaps it'll be a good time now for us to take in our first few messages, and then we'll be right back at to pick up the second Queen.
Pressure all around and your stamina's down.
It's lunchtime.
Too early for a meal, need a perfect snack.
Make it lunchtime.
Want an appetite, need a healthy bite.
Now it's lunchtime.
Lunch, vanilla-filled wafers, caramel, crisp rice covered with peanuts and milk chocolate.
Make any time lunchtime.
I told you to use Alcalado Glacial.
Alcalado Glacial relieves you day and night. When you're warm, when you have a cold, take Alcalado Glacial everywhere. Whatever you do, Alcalado's your friend. Alcalado Glacial for headaches, for beating the heat, for massage. Oh, it has 1,001 uses. It's sweet, it's good, it's cool. My friend, the penguin, the air conditioning in a bottle. Alcalado Glacial, so refreshing.
We're back at the Queen's Park Savannah for this marvellous Dimanche Gras show. We have the second competitor here in the Queen of Carnival competition. She is Ira Patterson, and she's the keeper of the Sacred Pretzel from Stephen Derrick's The Howling. And Alistair, it's very interesting to note that Stephen has managed to get 2 queens in the finals and a king in the finals. So that is saying a lot for the designer, also saying a lot for the judges' appreciation of this particular kind of mask, which over the years we've seen, but Stephen manages to, as we said early on, to renew and refresh. The designer actually has been designing since 1975, so we're looking here at 14 years experience put into this costume. In 1986, 3 years ago, Ira was crowned Queen of the Band for portrayal Goddess of the Pagoda Tribes.
Well, this costume certainly reminiscent of the type of costume we used to see in what they term the good old days, because it is the sort of costume that you saw George Bailey on stage with. It has that wonderful old-time, old carnival effect, and yet he has managed to make it fit in, obviously, because he's got to, as you say, into the finals. He's managed to let it fit into 1989's carnival.
This costume, which traditionally would have had many feathers, what he's done is to create the effect of feathers, he's used fabric, and there's a tremendous use of foil as well. Unlike the last costume, which for glitter used a lot of paillettes, he's using a basic sort of solid background of foil, and then this fabric here to create the effect of the feathers, and this the bonnet of this costume, which there's a basic front bonnet, then you have the 2 panels at the side as well, and almost sort of 2 fighting birds on this on either side of the masquerader, who is Ira Patterson.
Actually, I didn't notice that before, but even though the birds were supposed to be fighting, did you see the enormous beaks that really almost had a large smile on the faces of the birds? I love here the use of this red and gold, because it is always extremely effective when you put these 2 colors together. And when she turned just now, I hope the judges caught that look, because it was absolutely brilliant. Well, I think we're going to just try and take a break between each one of the queens, so let's do that right now.
Can't beat it. The feeling you get from a Coca-Cola. Can't beat the real thing. I gotta dance to the heat of the day. Hear the beat, it's coming your way. Check your feet and you're gonna say, hey, can't shake it, can't take it. Feeling you get from a Coca-Cola. You can't beat the feeling.
In celebration of you, your determination, your energy, your fire, Caribbean is now $1.99 in most bars, just for you, because you deserve it. Move on with the leader, Caribbean.
Move with the leader.
All right, right, on stage, this is Wendy Kalicharan, and we are back live here at the Savannah. This portrayal is called Island Woman, and it's from the band We Place, yet another band coming out of San Fernando. Wendy Kalicharan has been playing Mass for so many years. She placed second in the preliminaries and South finals. Ivan Kalicharan responsible for the band We Place, and this costume designed by Gregory Medina and Bobby Aquarelli. Apparently Wendy decided that this was the type of costume she wanted to use when that same team came up with her daughter's costume for this year's Carnival, and they certainly made it into adult mask. And I think earlier on in the semi-finals and in the preliminaries remarked how much this costume seems to be part of Wendy Kalicharan.
She's a lovely, lovely masquerader. I look forward every year to seeing Wendy, and I keep wishing that somehow the Kalicharans would come down here for the Monday and Tuesday Mass. Of course, without them, San Fernando Mass would suffer very badly, because there is that lovely magic about their particular presentations. It's always extremely beautiful. That's a word I think that particularly applies to the Kalicharan clan productions. And her costumes are always very feminine. They're full of life and gaiety. They're very Caribbean.
Of course, you can see that lovely touch that Bobby Aquarelli always brings to costumes, that very feminine frills and paillettes, and of course the genius of Gregory Medina, who no doubt expanded on the entire theme. It certainly is a costume that says a lot for the designers. I love the very realistic palm leaves.
And actually the palm leaves are made with their fabric, their candy floss over the coquillé. We're going to take a short break here before the next costume comes on, so don't go away.
You can simply toss it, add it, twist it, spread it. What is it? Happy, of course.
One of a kind, you'll be happy all the time. Happy foods for you.
Well, this is the lovely flame that we were telling you about, just one of the many decorations that has been used here at the Savannah to create a very beautiful effect.
And I think very clever from the director, because in fact that flame very much is in keeping with this particular costume we're looking at, Reflections of a Saharan Sunset. She is Michelle Joseph, and her band is Alke Bulan, Reflections of a Sailor's Vision by Jason Griffith, that master of sailor mass. And we're looking here at Fancy Sailor, running the gamut of imagination. This is Miller's third year with Jason Griffith. And basically it is a woman sitting on the Sahara envisioning herself as a queen of an African nation. The symbol of the lion shows the strength of the people, and the zebra, the uniqueness of the people of the continent. A lovely costume indeed, lovely silk screening work, and a tremendous variety of materials used in this costume.
Well, I see that the designer here is Robert Miller, and he's designing for Jason's band. I think that Jason Griffith is one of these people that you don't really hear too much about. Every now and again his name is mentioned. True masqueraders, people who follow the history of Carnival, know that without Jason Griffith you're not going to see those wonderful sailors on stage coming out of Belmont in their beautiful whites with their powder, with their stroking, and the firemen and everything. And it is something that is so important in Carnival. And I certainly hope that it's a tradition that's going to be carried on. And when you see you have someone like that getting encouragement because the queen of his band makes it into the finals of the show, it really, I suppose, gives them a lot of encouragement to carry on with the path that they have chosen to take. A very happy masquerader. We're getting a very close look at her face now. It is an enormous costume, but she really seems to be doing great justice to her designer, because she got a lot of movement. And don't forget that the Spirit of Carnival gets quite a few points from the judges. Right now, talking about points, let's take in a few messages and get ready for our next queen.
You go to my head and you linger like a haunting refrain.
Silk goes to your head in Aquanet shampoo and conditioner with silk protein.
Like the bubbles in a glass of champagne.
To hold that soft, natural look, new Aquanet non-aerosol hairspray with silk protein.
You go to my head
Well, on stage, this is Marlene Graves, and Marlene is, in fact, the North Queen of Carnival. This is a costume designed by Sean de Freitas for Polynesia, which will be presented by Edmund and Lil Hart this year. Her costume is called The Legend of Kilawa. And Marlene has certainly grown with this costume in the 3 nights that we've seen her. Tonight, I think she seems to be much more comfortable moving the costume across, and it is, in fact, one of the very large costumes. It is quite deceptive because it has a lot of height, but it is also quite wide at the top and at the base, that you really don't realize how big it is until you really take a close look at it.
I think it's an extremely complicated costume, both from the point of view of design as well as putting together, because I saw them actually putting this costume together, and there are many, many, many bits and pieces. This costume, as you said, Marlene, has grown in the costume. The costume itself has grown. There's lots of things have been added onto it. You mentioned earlier that the leaves, actually, we're looking at are real leaves.
Yes, that's right. Real palm leaves that they've taken and sort of sprayed with a special liquid to try and keep them fresh right through the carnival. And also, it's very unfortunate, I can't remember the name of the guy who does all the construction work for them. His name is Tony, but I asked him how much he thought this costume weighed, and he said, Alison, well over 350 pounds. So that is no easy weight for a woman to carry.
Certainly, this evening, I think it's the best I've seen this costume look for the 3 times that I've seen it on stage.
Yes, and I must say that we have seen it here because I noticed that the crowd reaction when the costume came on stage was in fact very good. Handicraft plays a very important part in the point system, in the judging, and if you look very closely, you'd see that a lot of detail has been given, thought has been given to the detail that has been put into this costume. Getting a very big round of applause here. Marlene Graves leaving the stage, The Legend of Kilawa. Let's take in a few more messages, but don't worry, we're getting every queen on stage.
Elora brings you a new world of beauty, a world of fragrance and freshness all day long. Elora Body Perfume. Just one spray puts on both your perfume and deodorant. All over fragrance and protection, lasting right through your day. Whatever you're doing, the touch of Elora in 2 delicate fragrances.
On stage we have Peter Minshall's Kiss of the Spider-Woman. Hazel Simonet, yet another costume that is getting rave reviews here at the Queen's Park Savannah. Hazel Simonet, who has been playing individuals for years, is now the queen of Peter's band. This is a costume with special handiwork made by Kendall DePisa, Judy Sanchez, and Mei Ling. Certainly a very impressive costume, certainly different from anything else that we are likely to see on this stage, perhaps for many a year to come. Basically, the costume is on the shoulders of the masquerader, which itself is unique in this particular category we're looking at. It's almost like the fancy sailor of old, but as we said, just gone totally out of all control.
I was thinking that we said earlier on that we felt we were going to see a lot of movement from this costume when it came on stage. And I have a feeling that Hazel Simonet has almost been holding back on us because the basic costume has not really changed a great deal since the semi-finals, but in the semi-finals she really just danced it across the stage, getting it to spin a little bit. Tonight she is moving the costume. I don't know if she's been instructed to do this by Peter, but she certainly is getting much better effect, and therefore that is why she's getting the crowd reaction.
And of course that horrendous mouth of the Spider-Woman, it has become really grotesque. From an almost white face, only with eyes that are flittering, and on the first evening, this has become really grotesque. And this actually is the message of this particular costume. This is about man who has turned into beast, man whose values have been totally thrown away, man who is no better than perhaps the Black Widow spider that kills. Anything that we could think of in terms of negative forces on Earth. And this is perhaps what Santi Manite is all about. This is Hazel Simonet, Kiss of the Spider-Woman from Peter Minshall's band this year, Santi Manite.
And of course, we're going to get an opportunity to see Santi Manite on Monday night. I think with a costume like this, the mind boggles to think of what else Minshall would give us in the stadium on Monday night.
Well,
as
as
this
she goes
costume
off-
moves off, that was a good duet you just did.
Okay.
As this costume goes off, we take a commercial break.
We're growing in the way we care, the feelings and the time we share. Come feel the spirit that makes us a nation on the national airline. Your pride in the sky. BWIA International. You're the reason we fly.
Well, here's the lady who holds the 1988 and 1987 Queen of the Band's title. She is Nicole Coburn with her costume Pallas Athene, Greek goddess of war and wisdom. And there's no way we can describe what's happening here at the Savannah because the crowd are just reacting so beautifully to the last three costumes that have come on stage. This is to be the big part of the competition, no doubt. And Nicole Coburn, certainly now a very seasoned Queen of the Band, making full use of her Wayne Barkley design.
I think this is one of the most beautiful costumes I've seen in the Queen of Carnival competition for many a year, because it combines all the elements that I think are essential for a Queen of Carnival. It is extremely feminine. There is no doubt that this is a woman's costume to start off with. And the costume has in fact grown, because you've seen this foil tubing get higher and higher every evening, reaching out to the virtual heavens. And this magnificent skirt, which is extremely heavily embroidered with a lot of lace, this is beautiful. This costume has had me very weak from the minute I saw it. Interesting to note as well that Nicole Coburn has been queen for 78 and for 1987 and 88. We've also had Ira Patterson early on, who was queen in 86, and Andra Bob, who was in 85. So we're dealing here with a category of queens. So the competition is extremely very, very strong.
That's right. You're talking about people who know the business, people who understand what it means to get out there and perform for the judges. And you can always tell when they are in fact in front of the judges. It's when they go into their full act. I mean, these people are just actors waiting for it to happen. Very beautiful indeed, and getting a tremendous round of applause every time she faces either of the two stands. I think that tonight it's going to be a hard night for the judges, because when you have three costumes getting such good reaction, obviously the judges must be feeling this positive image and positive feeling about the costumes as well, so they have the decision to make.
And certainly there are three costumes that we've seen that are very different. So I suppose it is up to the judges' own personal kind of feel towards what this competition should represent.
You're also talking about three designers who know what it is to win the competition. So, you know, you're talking about all sorts of different things here, and I think we're more or less getting ready for Nicole to vacate the stage now as we make way for yet another queen.
Learning. It's a natural part of growing up. As natural as a Malta Carib. Made from molten hops enriched with vitamin B, Malta Carib refreshes while giving you the energy to learn. Naturally. Make it a Malta Carib.
Husky is a special treat, so good for you, so good to eat. Husky, chocolate-covered coconuts. Husky.
Nice going, Mustang. Relax and have one on me.
Roger, Den Mother.
Great. Trouble with your refreshment system?
A negative.
Where is he?
Hi, boys.
Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
Feel the
This weekend, Colin Carroll, Benny, Radius, Shadow, Swallow, Bally, Crazy, Ricky Jai, Dr. Hyde, Papa Rocky, Star Child, Pajamas, $5 before 11 carat, $3. Carnival children! Carnival City this weekend! Johnson & Johnson presents Shower to Shower Tropicool Cooling Splash. When you need to be cool, reach for Tropicool. Tropicool has a special ingredient called lecithin, so there's no overdrying. Just silky smooth, refreshed skin. And Tropicool's special fragrance leaves you feeling great. So go on, refresh yourself over and over again with the great refresher. Shower to Shower Tropicool, new from Johnson & Johnson.
Well, what you're seeing here is the empty stage as we continue to bring you live coverage of Carnival 1989. And this is, of course, the big show. This is the Dimanche Gras show where we're looking for a king, a queen, and also a Calypso Monarch.
What unfortunately has happened this evening is that one of the contestants of the Queen of Carnival competition, Alison, has not managed to make it. She's Judy Lewis to catch a wampum bird from Stephen Derrick's The Howling. We suspect that given the nature of the costume with all these magnificent feathers on this Indian mask, that perhaps the rain got to it and the costume just could not make it on stage, which is really very unfortunate because Stephen has two of his queens in this competition, which is quite a feat. We're going to be looking at the return of the queens across the stage in reverse order if you've been here with us before. So, in fact, the first queen to come back on should, in fact, be Wayne Barclay's Palace Athene.
That's right. I was talking with one of the members of the NCC during programs that we did with them leading up to Carnival, and one of the things they said was that the Dimanche Gras show is just about the hardest show to do in the world, because you have to decide where to draw the line between it being a show and it being a competition. And that is so important because you have to allow the performers to do their best. They want to give their everything. And yet for the people that you've sold tickets to, they want to be entertained. So that it is a very difficult show to put on. And I feel that over the years the show has improved a great deal and that they've managed to cut down a lot of it.
Well, actually, I think that if one were to weigh the scales, I think the entertainment value should come first, because you have paying patrons here, many of whom are not from Trinidad. And whereas we're looking here at the very cream of the Queen and Kings, which means the very cream of the designers, the cream of the bands, and the cream of the Calypso world, I think that what has to be of utmost importance is the entertainment value. So I think, in fact, that one parade of the Kings, one parade of the Queens, and perhaps just one Calypso from the Calypsonians would really make the show an infinitely better thing. In any event, we're going to be back with you. We're going to have a short break and come right back with you, so don't go away.
Can't beat it. The feeling you get from a Coca-Cola. Can't beat the real thing. I gotta dance to the heat of the day. Hear the beat, it's coming your way. Check your feet and you're gonna say, hey, can't shake it, can't take it. Feeling you get from a Coca-Cola. You can't beat the feeling. From Dominica, Eden of the Caribbean, comes Eau Urte, natural spring water purified by nature. For people who want the healthiest way to refresh, Eau Urte at supermarkets now.
Second appearance on stage for the Queen of Carnival 1989 is Anne Rabob, Kuan Yin, the Goddess of Mercy. And this is a masquerader from San Fernando. And Anne Rabob has already won a Queen of Carnival competition in 1985 when she was Wings of Peace from the band What the World Needs Now. So we're looking at royalty here this evening. We're looking at a number of competitors who know what it is to be Queen of Carnival, and therefore who know how to pull out all the stops. And we've been seeing not only the designers pulling out all the stops in terms of what they're going to add to their costume for effect, but we're also looking at masqueraders who want to win this title once more, who want to be queen for the year once more. This band is Somewhere at Some Time, and it's a production of Nosotros y Nosotros, a name which we've grown very accustomed to here over the last few years of the Dimanche Gras shows. The band leader is Leslie Bobb, and the costume was designed by Leslie and made by Leslie and Associates.
one of the things about the return of these costumes that I always like, and unfortunately they're not calling the second queen to come up. I always love to see a lot of the costumes on stage because I think it gives you a much better idea of what you're judging, because you can then compare the impact of one costume to the next without just using one's memory. But they seem to be giving each individual her own time on stage.
Of course, the size of the costume as well probably has something to do with it. You probably could get 2, maybe maximum 3 queens on this stage, even though it is a very, very big stage.
Yes, and I think that also adds to the whole excitement of the mask. You know, you're seeing one playing herself against the other. Well, next we're going to see queen number 3, because as we told you earlier on, the person who was supposed to be number 2 has not showed up as yet, and I don't know if the judges would give her the opportunity to parade anyway if she comes late. But this here is Ira Patterson, keeper of the sacred Quetzal, and this is from the band The Howlin', brought out by Stephen Derrick and the Midas Associates. Well, Ira is another one who knows what it is to be the Queen of Carnival, because in 1986 she was crowned Queen of the Band with her portrayal Goddess of the Bagoda tribe. And as we said earlier, this is one of the costumes that you look at, and it certainly brings back memories of Carnival of yesteryear. Those first very large costumes. Of course, this one is much larger than the ones you saw, say, in the late 50s, early 60s, but it certainly is very much in that design.
It's one of these costumes that looks like one of these, particularly now very fashionable, the jewelry that women wear, and that men are wearing as well, as instead of ties, but just blown up incredibly. Really quite a jeweled type of costume.
Very impressive indeed, and she makes rather a fast appearance here as she moves off for the second time, and of course that will be the last appearance we see of that full costume in this competition. Let's take a short break and we'll come back when our next queen comes on stage.
Orion. Lightly whipped malted nougat covered in thick milk chocolate. Orion. Welcome to the pleasure zone.
This here is Michelle Joseph, her portrayal Reflections of a Saharan Sunset from the band Alkebulan Reflections of a Sailor's Vision, and this is Jason Griffith's band this year. The designer for this costume is Robert Miller, and this is the very third year that he's working with Jason. She's been in the Queen competition before, never in the actual winning seat, but she seems to have no problem here with this large stage.
A lot of research, of course, goes into these costumes, and the designer, having chosen a name like Reflections of a Saharan Sunset, we see that beautiful sun behind, and that are given of that green flash that one often says one can see, and the sun goes over the horizon, and the symbols of majesty, the lion of Judah, the Ethiopian symbol as well, the zebra.
The zebra apparently was put into the costume to show the uniqueness of the people of the continent, and as you said earlier, the lion for its strength. So the colors too are very unusual. Pastel colors.
They're very, despite the fact of the copper foil, there is a sort of pastel, soft, muted feel about this costume. We take a little break here before we come to the next costume as Michelle moves off stage, leaving place for Wendy Kalicharan. We'll be right back with you. The very lovely Wendy Calituran on stage now, and her portrayal Ireland Woman from the San Fernando band called We Place. Costume designed by Gregory Medina and made by Bobby Akbarali. The idea of this costume, as Alison mentioned earlier, came from Wendy's own daughter. And if you've been following the competitions earlier on for the junior parade, you would have seen, in fact, that Wendy's costume is just a sort of a larger version, different in terms of the skirt, which is very richly covered there with all the hoops and the flowers of Trinidad, and this marvelous sort of palm that she has behind her with the coconuts.
Having seen her daughter's costume, my one feeling about it was that there was such beautiful handicraft on it, the hibiscus flowers in particular, and also the fish, that I felt it was a bit of a shame that it had been placed on floral fabric, whereas in this costume they placed it all on white fabric, and so you were really seeing the beauty of the design of the costume.
It's far more effective, and as Wendy goes off stage, we'll take a short break and be back with you very, very soon.
Feeling so alive with RC Cola. Feeling RC, feeling so alive. Feeling RC, feeling so alive. I'm feeling RC Cola.
Well, well, well. Here this costume, really and truly, my God,
the volcano has erupted.
It has indeed erupted. Sean de Freitas has really pulled all the stops out here. This is extraordinary, and the effect is quite tremendous, not only on your screen, but here at the Queen's Park Savannah. The entire area is filled with this smoke, and in fact the volcano has come alive in a way that we didn't think possible. This is Marlene Graves, legend of Kilawa from Polynesia. Edmund and Lil Hart presentation, costume designed by Sean de Freitas. Sean, you'll remember, was crowned king of the bands last year in 1988. This year he's not playing. He's put all his energy and effort into designing not only this costume, I would imagine, Alison, because I know he's had an input into many others.
Yes, I'm just laughing because I saw today, I was somewhere where costumes were being collected, and I saw Sean's costume for 1989, and I said, my goodness, look at the difference in the size of this costume to the one he wore last year, because this year he's just playing an ordinary band member. But I certainly think that Marlene must be feeling very comfortable in this costume, because the crowd has reacted very beautifully to it, and the colors used are in fact tremendous as far as the volcano is concerned, because all that red, vermilion and yellow and gold certainly gives you the feeling of that erupting volcano, and the use of the smoke there, I think, was
you know, as I look at this costume, I remember in years gone by Carol Shepherd, who wore another volcano costume. The scale was infinitely smaller. That was when Mars was very small. Now we're looking at a similar concept, but executed quite differently and quite uniquely by Sean. It just goes to show how, you know, in 20 years, how the costumes have really grown immensely, and so has the stage here. Short break, we're back with you for the next queen.
You can simply toss it, add it, twist it, spread it. What is it? Happy, of course.
One of a kind, you'll be happy all the time. Happy foods for you.
And now here's another one of the big costumes in the 1989 race. There is Hazel Simonette on stage with her costume Kiss of the Spider Woman from the band Santi Manite. This is Minshall's presentation, and of course Minshall this year is doing something very unique, because instead of having his band parade on the streets Monday and Tuesday, they are going to be seen Monday and Tuesday, but he's putting on a big show as well on Carnival Monday night, and I think this would be a tremendous show for visitors to attend. But it just shows that this man Minshall is always thinking, and sometimes, Morris, I feel a little sad to think that you have someone who is so gifted and so talented and obviously so full of vision, but it seems that his vision is always dealing with the macabre.
But,
It's sad.
you know, Alison, as you talk, it is incredible what is going on with this masquerader's face. I don't know the mechanism used. I know that young Karen there has been helping Minchell over the last few years, but it is extraordinary that this face, which came on so placid, so benign, so almost seductive, has been transformed into a thing of utter horror. You know, the eyeballs turning around from this very seductive into this red, horrible mass. Yes, I do agree with you, but the thing is that there is that side to the Carnival as well.
Oh, and not just to the Carnival. There's so much truth in his statements that he makes, not just about what's happening here. He's talking about on a world level, you know. He's obviously looking much deeper into what is going on in the world than, say, I don't want to say the rest, but some.
No, but I think it's very applicable now to Trinidad society, where we seem to have lost all perspective of what our values are, what our morals are. And I think this is a very timely costume indeed, and indeed a very timely band.
In interviewing Minchell a few weeks ago, he was talking with Judy Alcantara, and he said that he just felt that this mask was something that he had to do. It wasn't a matter of just sitting down and saying, okay, I'm going to design a band. This is something that came to him, and he felt that it was almost like a message that he was asked to give.
And in total contrast to the macabre, the beautiful transformed into the macabre, which is what has happened to so many countries. And I think in a sense, and hopefully we can arrest it here in Trinidad, what has happened to our own society. Here we have a vision of utter beauty, utter femininity. This is Palace Athene. The masquerader is Nicole Cobham. She may get the hat-trick this year. We don't know, because she's won the last 2 years, Queen of the Band. And this is Wayne Barclay's Palace Athene from his band, Hero Myth. Yet another jewel of a costume.
I was trying to think of an appropriate adjective to describe this costume, and the word gentle comes to mind, and it is what you're saying about it being so feminine. You get the feeling that this person in this costume is magical and really not of this earth.
Well, of course, Pallas Athene, it's from Greek mythology. And gentle, yes, it is gentle only in terms, perhaps, of the fabrics used, because it is extremely beautiful. She is the Queen of Spades, and the whole theme of Barclay's band this year will be dealing with the legend of the Queen of Spades. But actually it goes way back into Greek mythology, when Athene is the goddess of war and the goddess of wisdom. And we're seeing a different face here this evening, perhaps. The gentler face.
This is one of the costumes that you see a lot of the handicraft being exhibited, because we did in fact get quite a few close looks of the skirt of that costume, and you saw the most beautiful jeweled appliques placed onto that costume, I'm sure with tender loving care.
Wayne Barclay's costumes are always beautifully finished.
Oh yes, he leaves nothing. In fact, there's nothing that's left to the imagination. I think right now, seeing that we've had all the queens on stage, it'll be a good time for us to take in a few messages and then come back with the rest of the program.
Achieving. It's a natural part of reaching your goals. As natural as a Malta Carib. Made from molten hops, enriched with vitamin B, Malta Carib refreshes while giving you the energy you need to achieve. Naturally. Make it a Malta Carib.
In celebration of you, your determination, your energy, your fire, Caribbeer is now $1.99 in most bars, just for you, because you deserve it. Move on with the leader, Caribbeer.
Carib, Carib, move with the leader. Feeling RC, feeling so alive with RC Cola. Feeling RC, feeling so alive. Feeling RC, feeling so alive. I'm feeling RC Cola.
You can add it, twist it, spread it. What is it? Happy, of course.
happy all the time, happy food for you.
Hey, look, Jam Fet Madness! Carnival City this weekend. Colin Carroll, Trevini, Radius, Shadow, Swallow, Bally, Crazy, Ricky Jai, Dr. Hyde, Papa Rocky, Star Child, Pajamas, $5 before 11 carats, $3. Carnival Children, Carnival City!
Play it cool with a Kentucky Carnival mug, available in 2 colors. These handy durable mugs are just $4 each with any chicken item. Pick up one today at Kentucky.
As we have sight of the empty stage, we are in fact getting a few house announcements from Winston Maynard, who is the house announcer this evening, assisted by Gail Bindley-Taylor, who's in fact been handling all the queens as they appeared on stage. And he has been asking the crowd to please move out of the passageways and the corridors. It is always amazing to see that there are so many people standing up, and it makes you realize that perhaps the tickets have been oversold, because certainly there is not one empty seat in the house. So you wonder, how did these people get tickets to come to the show? Maybe we should have a standing area where they can be accommodated. But the reason why we are waiting is because the other queens who'd already made their second appearance on stage had to make their way off in order to allow Judy Lewis, who is portraying To Catch a Wampum Bird, opportunity to come up the ramp. And here she is, Judy Lewis. A bit late, but she is in fact the second queen who got into the finals from the Midas Associates. Definitely a very big boost there for Stephen Derrick, who has been the designer, who in fact is celebrating his 13th anniversary as a designer, because he's been at it since 1975. It's one of the big costumes in the competition, and also getting a lot of applause from the people here tonight. And we have to remember that a lot of the Dimanche Gras tickets are sold to the big hotels and also to the various tourists abroad. So it is a lot of people who are just visiting Trinidad and Tobago for Carnival. Maybe they came in last night. They haven't had the opportunity to see these costumes before. So each one is very, very new and unique and original as far as they're concerned. The wampum bird exists in the North American Indian mythology, and it is said to bring good luck to whoever catches it. Well, it certainly brought good luck to Judy, her portrayal making it here into the finals. She has been queen of every Midas presentation for the past 10 years. So it's good to know that although Judy, who has been their queen for 10 years, has got into the finals, a newcomer in the band playing queen has also made it. This has become quite a trend, bringing 2 characters playing queen of the bands. We've seen it quite often, and I remember a few years back when Minchell in fact did it, when he had Peter Samuel and Terry Evelyn playing kings in one of his bands. I can't remember exactly which band. Maybe Maurice will be able to give me that information in a little while. But I suspect that she might come right back in her second appearance on stage. The Howlin' is the name of that band that has the 2 queens, and that is Judy Lewis making her way off stage. So now we have finally seen all the queens in the competition. It's up to the judges now to tell us who is the Queen of Carnival. As we wait for more entertainment and more competition, here are a few messages.
The authorities have stated that there's no need to worry about a yellow fever outbreak. But remember, mosquitoes are still very dangerous and are known to carry hundreds of diseases, including yellow fever and malaria. Protect yourself now. Use Bug Mat. It's safe, smokeless, ashless, and lasts all night long, killing mosquitoes while you sleep. Get Bug Mat.
Buckets of great taste that doesn't cost more.
manufactured the magic refreshment of apples and Solo Apple J. Made from pure apple juice concentrate, this apple drink is pasteurized for freshness, fizzed for excitement, with added vitamin C, just to create the magical gold medal winner, Solo Apple J, the champagne of soft drinks.
It's magic.
Accomplishments. They are a natural part of a full life, as natural as a Malta Carib. Made from molten hops, enriched with vitamin B, Malta Carib refreshes while giving you the energy to add to your accomplishments. Naturally, make it a Malta Carib.
Take you to your left, I take you to your right. I take you to your left and try a little bite.
Tiki, crunchy chocolate-covered wafers in creamy strawberry, vanilla, coconut, and peanut.
Take a tiki to your partner, share the tiki round the clock delight. Yeah!
Well, just going off stage was Judy Lewis, who made a late appearance here, and her costume was to catch a wampum bird. The stage is now dark. There is going to be a guest appearance, we hope, from the Junior King and Queen of Carnival. We don't have much information as to whether, in fact, they are here this evening. The weather has certainly turned things around a bit for us, so we'll be knowing in a while. What we can tell you, however, is that very soon to come on stage will be the Parade of Kings, and it will be very interesting to see what sort of transformations have taken place in this particular category. So until we have some sort of indication as to what's happening here, we're going to take you back to Master Control. Don't go away.
Jarvis Security, the International Organization of Security Executives, and the ASIS present, for the first time in the Caribbean, the technology of protection, security, and crime prevention to prepare Caribbean leaders and people for the inevitable escalation of crime through information on changes in science and technology associated with crime prevention and the improvement of security.
Appetite to enjoy is what Chief is all about. Zesty and exciting in Chief hot sauce. Enticing, tantalizing in the taste of Chief Anchar and Chief Kuchela. Tangy and tingling in Chief Lime Pepper. Can you imagine what life without its Chief spice would be? We can't. Spice your life with Chief.
Well, here's the Junior Queen of Carnival making a guest appearance on stage here this evening. Her name is Shelley Ann Joseph. She was also Queen in 1988. Her portrayal this year is called The Cycle of Night and Day. And it's from Round and Around, a band brought out by Richard Bartholomew. The costume also designed by Richard Bartholomew. And Richard Bartholomew has become someone now in the Junior Carnival competition. So when his bands are on the stage, everyone sits up and takes notice. He's talked about he managed to create the most wonderful impacts with his costumes. In fact, quite often his band members, his floor members, each one almost has an individual costume. And he really has a wonderful choice of color, a vision of how everything looks on stage. And also, Maurice, I'm sure that you've looked at it a few times, to see how he stands on the stage and jumps up and down and creates that spirit of carnival at all times.
And now we have the King of Carnival, a costume that I have seen and I have liked from the moment I saw it, simply because it was so totally different from the costumes we were accustomed to seeing for this particular category. He's a Junior King of Carnival. His name is Stephen Hamel-Smith. He's 14 years old, and the costume is called Up and Away, a costume designed by Randall Tucker, who this year is bringing out Japanorama. And Stephen is also part of this band. He's a veteran, even though he's only 14. He is, I think we'll remember that lovely whirling dervish costume, Alison, that he wore not too long ago.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I was involved with the Red Cross Kiddies Carnival, and this costume was given the most original costume. Strangely, it didn't place in the category that it entered in his age group, but when we reflected on all the costumes that had come on stage, as far as an original costume is concerned, this definitely was the costume to give the prize to.
What is lovely about this costume too is the makeup on the face of the masquerade. It is a complete costume. And certainly in keeping with the Mad March wind that's about to descend upon us. As a matter of fact, the last few days have been very windy. I think this is a very timely costume we need. A beautiful Mad Bull, Chinese or Japanese type Mad Bull here. He's Stephen Hamilsmith, in case you just tuned in. And what we're looking at actually is the Junior King and Queen of Carnival for 1989 in this Dimanche Gras show.
Yes, two seasoned masqueraders there, showing us exactly what's happening in the Junior Carnival competitions. Well, it's time for us to take in a few more messages, but don't go away, the kings are coming.
Get something to drink. Let's forget about it.
No, come on, it's no problem.
So, how do we get back in?
Hey. Well, let's go. You got the keys? This is not a problem.
My answer to skin protection for the whole family, new Protex Skin Health Soap. Protex helps guard my baby against diaper rash and our son against bacteria in cuts and bruises. Don't talk about my teenage daughter. She swears by Protex for skin blemishes. My husband, now he likes Protex because it takes away bacteria and the odor they cause. Of course, I love Protex too. It really helps against those little skin infections, leaving my skin the way I want it. Protex protects my family every day.
Jarvis Security, the International Organization of Security Executives, and the ASIS present, for the first time in the Caribbean, the technology of protection, security, and crime prevention to prepare Caribbean leaders and people for the inevitable escalation of crime through information on changes in science and technology associated with crime prevention and the improvement of security.
We're back at the Queen's Park Savannah. This is the Dimanche Gras show, and we have a bit of entertainment here. The break between the Parade of the Queens, which we've just seen, and the appearance of the Junior King and Queen of Carnival. We're going to be looking at a very special number called Mask and Metamorphosis by the Camboulet Ensemble. We can already hear the drums, and very soon the lights will get warmer on stage, and we will be seeing the dancers from the Camboulet Ensemble giving us a little bit of entertainment here for Dimanche Gras, Mask and Metamorphosis. I think, Alison, we can safely say that this is one of the very best dance productions we've seen in many years. Apparently, it's a combination of 3 villages coming out of the Best Village experience. And I think that certainly we've been thrilled here.
Certainly, and you know, you're getting such a marvelous round of applause from both sides of the stage. But obviously it was very well appreciated. And one of the things that I noticed is that one of the grand ladies of dance in Trinidad and Tobago, Molly Ai, is sitting very close to us, and she's sitting there with a wonderful smile on her face, you know, obvious satisfaction. She's not involved with this troupe, but she certainly must recognize, and has recognized, that it is one of the best performances we're seeing.
It's also one of the best rehearsed, and I doubt very much that they had very much time to work on this stage. What I love as well is the combination. It's called Mask and Metamorphosis, and we did see a metamorphosis taking place. This is the final number, the Camboulé number. The group is called the Camboulé Ensemble. And what I loved as well was the lovely overlay of the tassa with the African drumming, which is very subtly done. There's a lovely marriage that took place. And the rains are really pouring here. I think hats off, we don't have the name of the choreographer or choreographers, but hats off to the producers of this particular number.
Here we have some Perros now appearing on stage. And as they make their way off stage, they get a tremendous round of applause there from the audience, who have certainly appreciated what they've seen here this evening. We've been able to find out that the choreographer is Felix Harrington. And my friend Sonia Mose, who's sitting here observing with us this evening, and her voice you'll be hearing over Monday and Tuesday, has just told me, as a matter of fact, that Felix won a university scholarship. He went to Jamaica, where he studied, and this is in fact part of what he's reaped from the work he's done in Jamaica. He's at present very involved with the Astor Johnson Repertory Dance Theatre, which belonged to the late Astor Johnson, and also a group in Barataria. And we feel that he has married these two groups here this evening and really managed to do wonders with this large stage.
I can safely say this is perhaps the most extraordinary item we've seen on the Dimanche Gras for many a year. We're going to have a little short break now, and we're going to be right back with you for the Parade of the Kings, so don't go away.
The authorities have stated that there's no need to worry about a yellow fever outbreak. But remember, mosquitoes are still very dangerous and are known to carry hundreds of diseases, including yellow fever and malaria. Protect yourself now. Use Bug Mat. It's safe, smokeless, ashless, and lasts all night long, killing mosquitoes while you sleep. Get Bug Mat.
Solo Dry Ginger Ale, inspired by the need for a ginger ale with a taste of Trinidad and Tobago. Refreshing and quenching, with a sparkling taste only Solo can give you. Here's to Solo Dry Ginger Ale. It's one of us.
It was a time when imps and dragons roamed the streets in a rage, and good fought evil on every stage. These are the origins of our modern carnival. Fond memories of the past, brought to you by Stan, the People's Band.
Well, we're back live at the Savannah, and we're now awaiting the appearance of the 8 kings, the 8 finalists in the King of Carnival competition. The very first costume to come on stage is worn by Shalford Lawrence. He's portraying the intergalactic clown. This is from the band Somewhere Out There, which is being brought out this year by Herman Hackett. This costume was designed by Shalford Lawrence himself, and he was assisted by Horace Dyer in the making of the costume. He always has these really beautiful, what I call comical costumes, because I think if we think back, do you remember the costume, the mandrill monkey dances the jackass? I mean, that was so funny. It had everyone here at the Savannah really happy. He also played the monstrous bee. And tonight, he is the intergalactic clown. Again, a very large portrayal. Lawrence is an ex-soldier, and now he owns a construction business. He's been in the masquerade business for 25 years. He was associated with Tito Velasquez and Lloyd Best in the 1960s.
As we look at our note here, we see that the galactic clown, his name is actually Hugh Fanulus. And the name is derived from the court of Galaxia, known for its annual fiesta of the entire galaxy. Certainly a very happy portrayal here. Unique indeed. One has seen clowns over the years, but certainly not a clown looking like this one. Based on the almost sort of Mokojumbi concept of mass here in Trinidad, and emanating from what is basically a Mokojumbi come clown type costume, or the sort of all the symbols of space, the stars and the different planets, there's Mercury.
Well, one of the things that we've been told about this costume is that they try to use as much local items as possible, and in fact he has incorporated such things as Delita bottles, sausage tin, aluminium tubing, and really tried to bring down the cost of the costume as much as possible. So much so that he's been able to do this costume for $5,000. Well, I mean, that is absolutely incredible when you consider there were costumes here that cost about $25,000. One of them didn't make it into the finals, and I'm talking about that very beautiful costume, the Exterminator.
I'm actually between two of us, and of course everybody out there. I'm a bit surprised that costume did not make it, because it certainly was not only a favorite with us, but a favorite with the crowd here. But that's the fortunes of this kind of war that we're looking at for the Dimanche Gras show, and the finals of the Kings and Queens.
Well, this one is a large structure, but the masquerader, who by the way is responsible for carving this costume himself, tells us because it is so light, it is very easy to maneuver, and you really get that sort of dancing clown effect. And seeing that the circus has been in town and is now in the other cities, I think a lot of people who saw the clowns in the circus must be well reminded of the sort of happy moments that they had looking at them on stage.
Well, it certainly is a very happy costume, and it's making way for yet another. This is the second king in the category of King of Carnival. This is Barry O'Geese. And he tells us, "Hey Rome, go fly your kite," from the band Tarquinia, designed and produced by Geraldo Vera. Those of us who've been following the career of Barry O'Geese for the last few years may remember that last year he wore a costume, the Saracen Blade, which did make quite an impact here on stage. And then in '87 there was Rex Mobudile. And here's yet another peculiar costume, peculiar in terms of the interpretation of the name of the costume, Rome, Go Fly Your Kite. What Barry was telling us is that they've married certain ideas. It seems that the ancient Chinese used to confuse their enemies by flying these extravagant, what we call mad bulls, these Chinese kites, these dragons over the enemy. And of course the enemy, being very superstitious, would consider this a very evil omen and would decamp. This costume, Alison, if you remember from the very early stages, it certainly has grown. A lot of things have been added on. I'm seeing a lot of use of that plastic sort of material. The kite actually seems a little bit bogged down by all of the decoration. The first evening it certainly looked like one of these kites was flying in the wind, but now with the additions and of course with the weight of the rain, because the rain has been falling pretty steadily here, I think it's been a little bit of a disadvantage to the costume.
Yes, certainly the costume is now very much more part of the masquerader than it was in earlier presentations. This gentleman, Geraldo Vera, is very well known for all the shaping and molding of costumes, and he has in fact done a marvelous job with the dragon's head at the top of this kite, because that is molded. It was also pointed out to us that a lot of the things were handmade. Even the tiny windmills that we see decorating the edges of the kite, those were also handcrafted. They weren't just windmills purchased from abroad or made by anyone. They were made by the mask camp. I like the idea, you know, that this is what Carnival is all about in Trinidad and Tobago. You have a gentleman who is the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Regal Affairs here on a costume on stage. Last week, Friday, we saw Teddy Guerra on stage. Carnival is just for everyone. It knows no boundaries.
And of course it knows no age group either, because here we have a pretty young masquerader, new to the King of Carnival stage, and he's Brian Pimento.
Yes, well, Brian certainly is new to the Carnival stage. He's not new to Carnival, he's been playing masks for many years. But he's one of these really keen people that just spends a lot of time working on his costume and trying so hard to do it the way that he wants it done. This is from the band Japanorama, and his costume is called Black Snow Day. Randall Tucker is responsible for designing this costume. Well, Randall lives abroad and he comes back to Trinidad every year for Carnival, gets very involved with the band and the design. And this costume is deceptive because although we know that the decorations are made out of cardboard and they have been beautifully decorated, the actual structure of the costume is very heavy. And Brian was telling me that it really is the feat of his lifetime to make it across the stage both times, because it also is a costume and needs a lot of balancing.
Actually, he nearly didn't make it to the preliminaries. He had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting across. And I think it's all credit to Brian and the perseverance, the will to compete, the will to win, and ultimately to the designer himself in managing to get into the finals of a very, very stiff competition for 1989.
You know, sometimes I wish that we had cameras and microphones that we could use backstage and just pick up wonderful moments, because quite often you see a king and queen parading on stage, everything looks beautiful, absolutely wonderful, and then as they hit that ramp, you know, everything falls up. Not just falls, I'm not talking about falling apart, the costume, but they just need all their strength to tell somebody, take it quickly, it's killing me. Anyway, here's a man who already has a title this year. He is the 1989 North King, and I'm talking about Tony Allain. He is from the band Hero Myth, which is a band being brought out this year by Wayne Barkley, who is responsible for designing this costume called King of Diamonds.
Alison, it's interesting to note that Tony only plays if Wayne will design for him. So when Wayne decided he was getting back into the arena, Tony said, okay, I'll go with you. Because we'll all remember that in 1986, he won the King of Carnival title with the Had I Got for Christmas Is Too Big, and at that time he was playing in Stephen Leahy's band. This year he's back with Wayne.
Well, of course, he is portraying here the most precious diamond in the world. I mean, they say diamonds are a girl's best friend, and many people have been known to judge someone's status in life by the size of the rock that you carry on your hand or wherever. But certainly I wouldn't mind having a diamond this size.
I would be a bit nervous having a diamond of any considerable size.
Oh, well, I'll have bodyguard.
Anyway, there he goes, Tony Allain, one of the hot favorites for this competition this year.
Well, we were talking earlier on about the fact that Tony Allain has been crowned King of Carnival in 1986 with the hat I got for Christmas. Here's someone who's been crowned quite a few times as well, and it's Cheddar Eustace. We're just checking some information here. Apparently there's 3 times that Cheddar has had this title. Cock-a-doodle-doo, when he played the fighting cock. Then again, King Kobo, that's when he was with Tito Velasquez in Let's Laugh. And the most recent time that he was crowned king was 1985 with the Big Fisherman, and that was in Thorn and Celestines, and that's what I mean about Teddy moving from band to band, you know?
And you know, Alison, we were talking earlier about the size of costumes and the height. The very tip of this costume just managed to hit that cable going across. So we're looking at a very, very tall, perhaps the very tallest of all the costumes here this evening.
Yes, well, I'm just trying to see. We have some information here. Teddy's costume is in fact 36 feet in height, 34 feet wide, so that's about 10 more than I said when we opened the program. In terms of cost, this costume costs about $16,200 to make.
You know, Alison, the amount of loving care that goes into producing a costume like this, because every strand has been carefully, you know, all the foil has been very carefully applied, and it certainly is a very brilliant effect. He won second in the semi-finals with the Kings, and it'll be interesting to see what happens now. The costume, I guess, has not grown over the competition too much. Not at least the growth of the costume has not been very obvious to us.
Yes, I have not been able to sort of say, well, look, this has been added and that has been added. Something that you see quite often in a lot of the other costumes. Cheddar described this costume as the city of Brasilia, which is a very dazzling city, daring architecture. And certainly it is an enormous design that we saw there crossing the stage. Well, that's just 3 so far, 5 to go.
And the big, heavy, heavy roller is coming on. This is a king who has won the Carnival King competition more times than most people, I would imagine. Starting in 76, Peter Samuel on stage now. He has won the King competition 7 times, and that pause is just to allow you to hear the applause that greets him as he comes on stage. Peter is the Lord of the Flies, and he is from Peter Mintz's band, Santi Manite. And nobody plays a mask like Peter Samuel. You're looking at one of the widest costumes on stage, a costume that is totally supported by the masquerader, and despite the rain, despite whatever else has happened, is Peter Samuel doing what it is humanly possible to do with a costume, a colossus of this dimension.
This man is the essence of the masquerader. He really, I mean, the combination of Minchell and Samuel is just too much for the mind. It boggles the imagination because he takes this costume and he brings it to life. It is not a matter of just walking across the stage, dancing across it. Every part of this costume is moving.
What is interesting we're looking at is that actually the scorpion's, or the centipede's tail, looks like a scorpion's tail actually. No, it is a scorpion's tail. It's coming off in a costume which I don't think, Malison, we've seen before. This is an addition. Those of us who are familiar with the novel Lord of the Flies knows that it deals with a group of young people on an island who finally turn to cannibalism. Flesh worshippers who feed on each other and who eventually destroy each other. And I think this is the symbolism. There you have the scorpion's tail, the sting, the final sting that kills the very fabric of society, and the costume itself. There is the human form, baked in the sun, the skeleton, horrific and very symbolic of so many societies now caught up in materialism and in this race to get to the 21st century. Certainly one of the costumes that has the greatest chance of copping the title for King of Carnival this year. The King of Carrion, Spectre.
Now just listen to the crowd. I think that's the loudest applause we've heard here tonight from this now veteran masquerader, because he's been at it for so many years, although he's still quite young.
I think despite the fact that this is a Minchell costume that we identify immediately with Minchell, nevertheless, perhaps in the context of the kind of competition in the class this evening, and also in the context of the message of Saint Humanité, it certainly has made a tremendous impact. Peter Samuel himself and a team made the superstructure, and Minch made the human figure and the centipede. So, I mean, the team of the two Peters certainly is very much in evidence in this costume.
Well, here's number 6 coming on stage now, and this is Roderick Schnell. His portrayal, the stargazer of the court of King Hammurabi. And this is from the band Babylon, Oh Babylon, a Julian Bolden 1989 presentation. The costume made by Morris Stewart. For the past 16 years, Roderick Schnell has been playing masks. This, in fact, is his 3rd year as the king in the competition. He thoroughly enjoys himself, and you're talking about ancient Babylon here, where stargazing was an essential activity, and it was of great importance in the court of Hammurabi, the stargazer. He who could read the stars and advise the king wisely was destined to achieve greatness. So therefore, this person was one who was certainly very, very well respected, very highly thought of, and could more or less have the ear of the king at all times if he was able to tell the king what would happen in the future.
It's very difficult coming on stage after a masquerader like Peter Samuel and in a creation like the kind of stuff that Minchell does. Nevertheless, this costume has its own charm. It's the lights now. Wow. As you can see, the circles of this costume, these large circular forms, are all lit by battery.
Matter of fact, we're told that there are also strobe lights attached to the costume. This is why we're getting these flashes all the time.
And George Williams, who's in charge of the lighting, is certainly complementing this costume as the lights warm here very gradually, bringing the costume back into light. I think it's a very charming costume because the designer has managed to capture the traditional Babylonian feel with the whole galactic, you know, the forms of the galaxy, the stars. So it is futuristic, and yet it is very fancy clown. It is a real carnival costume that has sort of gone deep into the recesses of our carnival culture, and yet with an eye on the future, and even beyond our carnival culture into the whole cult of the Rastafari, the Babylonia. So this particular thing that we're looking at here is really coming from so many different directions, and I think that we're looking at a very interesting statement. Roderick Schnell, An interesting name, Hammurabi. Of course, a lot of these designers do a tremendous amount of research, and they come up with information that normal human beings like you and I, Alison, really don't. It's not that we don't have access to, but we just are not aware of.
Yes. And I suppose now this competition, particularly the King and Queen competition, has become so important. It has become so strong. I mean, the costumes are getting bigger and bigger every year, that one has to really dig deep into the bowels to come up with a tremendous costume.
And one of the designers who digs deep into our own heritage is Stephen Derrick. Stephen, we noticed earlier on, managed to get 2 queens into the finals, and here we have I Am Delight of the Bustle Dancer. We're looking at Mervyn Johnson, and he comes from the band The Howling by DeMidas Associates, a Stephen Derrick creation. A huge costume, and one that obviously had been protected from the elements because the feathers, Alison, look pretty fresh to us.
Yes, well, I was just looking there and thinking it says, I am delight of the bustle dance, and I thought this costume is delightful.
It is indeed delightful. I know every year we keep saying this about Stephen Derrick, but I think he's so important to our mask. What a very brief visit we had from this king. Maybe there were some problems with the maneuvering of the costume.
Well, I have a feeling, because I was looking at it rather closely, I have a feeling that this is one of the costumes that suffered from the rain that poured just before the kings came on stage, because I saw that the feathers were, you know, sort of falling a little bit, which is very sad, because that is no fault of the designer or the masquerade or the people who made the costume. It is just a matter of the inclement weather.
Well, that actually is the last of the kings to parade for us here this evening.
I don't know, I lost count. I get a feeling that we only had 7 there. Did we have all 8?
We had 8 indeed. Yes. He was, Mervyn Johnson was number 8. Normally, Alison, they would come back across the stage.
I think they will be asked to come back across the stage so that the judges can get on with the judging, because they like to get a second look just in case they need to get another opinion or think. And I also, when you mentioned earlier on that sometimes you wonder why they didn't just make one appearance, the physical geography of the savannah, the way it is set up, it would be impossible for those kings to take those costumes out of the savannah now because it is not very well lit. So as a matter of fact, they just have to go back.
Well, that gives a thought for the organisers, the MCC, perhaps to, in order to make the show far more streamlined. I think this is what we need. We need trimming off a lot of the fat, and perhaps we could. It's a thought that we could get the kings and queens just to make one appearance and not actually go off, but not have to get back to the original place where they came from to get to their trucks and so on.
Well, the competition is certainly warming up now, because we've seen the kings, we've seen the queens. Next is Calypso.
And actually, before we get to the big Calypso competition, we have David Rudder, who will be coming on, I would imagine, shortly after the second appearance of the kings. All right, we also have the Junior Calypso Monarch coming up, but before all this happens, we're going to take you back to the station for a few messages, but don't go away because we've got lots more goodies coming for you.
Johnson & Johnson presents Shower to Shower Tropicool Cooling Splash. When you need to be cool, reach for Tropicool. Tropicool has a special ingredient called lecithin, so there's no overdrying. Just silky smooth, refreshed skin. And Tropicool's special fragrance leaves you feeling great. So go on, refresh yourself over and over again with the great refresher. Shower to Shower Tropicool, new from Johnson & Johnson.
Now, what's a fresh young peanut like you doing in a bar like this?
What else to add good taste?
Team all set? Peanut. Raisins.
All right.
Hell champ.
Granola.
Coming, boss.
Okay, this team is going to make the Panola Bar.
The biggest sensation in town. Yay!
Here goes. Let's open the bar.
Crunch into a delightful bite of crisp rice and granola. Sink into the soft peanut butter center with raisins, all covered in milk chocolate.
All together, a unique taste sensation.
You'll love the new Panola snack bar. Our appetite to enjoy is what Chief is all about. Zesty and exciting in Chief hot sauce. Enticing, tantalizing in the taste of chief anchar and chief cuchilla. Tangy and tingling in chief lime pepper. Can you imagine what life without its chief spice would be? We can't. Spice your life with chief.
Ow, ooh, hot, hot, ooh, hot, 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 ooh, hot,
Ow, ooh, hot, 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 ooh,
We're once again live at the Savannah, and as you can see, the stage is empty. We were expecting the Kings to make a very fast appearance back over the stage. We're trying to find out now from our house announcer, Winston Maynard, what's going on. Well, apparently they're trying to get the costumes back in the order in which they came. But I suppose with these costumes being so large, it's very difficult for one costume to get past the other. The crowd, I think, having seen the costumes, are all now looking forward to the Calypso competition. Competition that's going to bring two new faces onto the stage here as far as the Monarch competition is concerned, and we're talking about Kenny J and Sugar Aloes. Sugar Aloes is from the Calypso Review, and Kenny J is from the New Wave Calypso tent. We're also looking forward to hearing the Baron. Of course, Baron's tune has become very popular. It has been called the unofficial test piece in the Panorama competition. And you have people like Bali, whose maxi dub has really been breaking down the fets. Chalk Dust with his political commentary. Everyone looks forward to hearing him every year. Christopher Tambu Herbert, another one who's been putting a lot of magic into the Carnival revelry with his jump up. Protector Michael Etcherton, he's based in Canada. He comes down to Trinidad every year and has become one of the big names to look for every year in the competitions. And Denise Plummer, the only woman who has managed to get into the finals, and Denise has now become someone who's certainly accepted as a Calypsonian. She doesn't have any problems with the crowds anymore. She's won her second title in the National Calypso Queen contest. She was crowned both this year and last year. So I think it's going to be very interesting indeed to see what these Calypsonians are going to do when they get up here on stage, and of course to see what their presentations are going to be like, because they have to put on a very special show because they get a lot of points for presentation. Sometimes we have found that they've gone a little overboard and there's too much drama involved, and you tend to lose sight of what the Calypsonian is singing. You're a little bit distracted. But we'll have to see exactly what they're doing now in 1989. In the meantime, we have one of the contestants on stage again. He is in fact the very first one to come in on stage.
And he is actually the intergalactic clown. He is Shelford Lawrence. Somewhere Out There is the name of the band, and it's a band brought out by Herman Hackett. costume designed by the masquerader himself, Shelford Lawrence. A very unusual costume indeed. I don't think, Alison, we've seen a costume like this in the King of Carnival competition.
I was looking at his bow tie just now, this clown. Do you think that's where Crazy got the idea for his bow tie? Have you seen Crazy with his large bow tie?
Yes, well, actually, it could have worked the other way around as well. I think maybe the intergalactic clown had a brief sort of preview of Carnival here. Saw Crazy and decided, I'm going to come down to Trinidad and be part of the whole scene by being as crazy as one of our more popular Calypsonians.
Crazy told us, you know, that he's had that bow tie for many years. In fact, he has recycled it. And I think it really was the talk of the town for a long time.
And talking about recycling, we've seen that in a lot of the competitions this year, a lot of the masqueraders have been reusing materials. I think it's only, it makes sense, because the cost of materials has skyrocketed so much, and you keep hearing people talking about it, and I think the masqueraders who intend playing this particular kind of mask from year to year need to preserve what the, you know,
yes,
what they have.
I agree. It is quite ridiculous, really, to think that thousands of dollars are spent on paillettes and sequins and things, and then they're just sort of left at the side of the road, unless the costume is successful, where it then goes abroad and makes money for the masquerader and the designer. But quite often, if the costume doesn't win in the category, then it is just discarded. But really, they can be broken down, and the decorations can be stored. Not so much that they come back in the same form, but definitely paillettes can be recycled and used over and over again.
This costume is 15 feet high. He's doing all sorts of lovely little things. It certainly is a very joyful costume, and one that brings a smile to one's face. Monica Monso in the Junior Carnival competition has brought out a lot of these clown-type costumes, and I think they're very important to Carnival because they always, you know, bring a smile to our face.
Yeah, that costume has grown on me, actually, over the competition. Tonight, it has certainly brought delight to a lot of people. And here now is Brian Pimento again, in a costume designed by Randall Tucker from the band Japanorama. His costume called Black Snow Day.
You know, Alison, it's a very good thing that Randall has chosen Brian to carry this particular costume, because Brian is a young, very fit young man, and we've appreciated the problems that this particular costume has presented, and I think that if one were not fit, it would be very difficult to be able to portray this particular costume.
Oh yes, it has become the norm that people who are getting involved in Carnival at this level, that it's quite often that you see people like Brian Pimento and Peter Samuel, anyone who's portraying a king or a queen, going to the gym regularly, building up certain muscles, because they know that they need the strength to come over the stage. It's not a matter of just putting a costume on and coming and jumping up on Monday and Tuesday. This is, in fact, an entirely different affair, so they really have to build it up.
And you know, unlike the costumes we've seen from, for instance, Steve and Derek, when I first saw this costume in the preliminary night, it was just like a massive jigsaw puzzle. All these pieces were not connected as yet, and suddenly the costume, by the time I got back to it, had come to life. And this is one of the exciting aspects of going on the track and seeing these costumes suddenly growing and building before your eyes. Well, we're looking now at Wayne Barkley's presentation for this year, and this is Tony Aleng, and he is King of Diamonds in a band that deals with the luck and chance of life, hero myth. His queen is the Queen of Spades. This is Tony Aleng, the King of Diamonds. Tony is actually the 1989 North King. I wonder if this year he's going to cop the title. It's really, on the monitor, it is absolutely a brilliant display.
Oh, and it's lovely what he's doing. He is doing this wonderful dance and turning the costume clockwise and then reversing the technique and going anti-clockwise, and it is creating a wonderful effect. Quite often we see it happening, you know. The masqueraders come over and they do their whole act for the judges, and then, okay, so last time over, let's go for it. And you see much more movement from all the masqueraders when they make that second appearance on stage, because Tony is working this costume now.
Tony is another one of these, you know, very fit people. Actually, for those opera buffs out there, this is based on the famous opera La Dame de Pique, Queen of Spades, and Tony actually is Herman, a young cavalry officer, obsessed by the idea of seizing from the Countess a Kabbalistic secret about a game of cards, and yet another king on stage. And this
one is from Brasilia, and this is Tedder Eustace. Tedder portraying here Brasilia, and the band, of course, is also called Brasilia. But this costume, which was designed by Follett Eustace, I always like the idea of Teddy Eustace on stage because it's a whole family affair. You look at the people responsible for the costume. You see Follett Eustace, Teddy Eustace, Marcus. You know, they're all together and they work hard and help each other. He, of course, is the one who has to wear the costume on stage and carry out the portrayal. But it's good to know that it's a whole group of people very much involved.
And Tedder always does very, very good work. There's never a costume we've seen done by Teddy Eustace which is not really very, very good work. He is a three-time king, actually. So, you know, any game plays this evening, I would imagine. It all depends on how the judges feel about the particular kind of costume, the kind of work that's gone into it, the kind of impact it's made, the kind of portrayal.
And I was going to say that the impact in this costume is tremendous because of the tremendous amount of gold used. Now, we see often silver costumes and white costumes come on stage, but it's not often as you see a purely gold costume, and it is the green that was put in that costume to bring out the gold. It has been so subtly placed that you don't really see it.
And here once again, we have Barry O'Geese, who in real life is a PS, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Legal Affairs. And he is in a Geraldo Vera designed and produced costume from the band Tarquinia. This is Barry O'Geese, Rome, Go Fly Your Kite.
Geraldo Vera is well known because he was very involved in doing Hilton Cox's costumes years ago. And from that you know that his molding is excellent. He is a master of the art.
One keeps wondering what's become of Hilton Cox, because he's one of the kings that one looks forward to every year. So Hilton, if you're out there somewhere, come back. We want to see you back on our stage. Very interesting, the concept of this costume, actually, because what they've done is they've kind of coupled ideas, you know. Tarquinia was one of the principal Etruscan cities, which became a Roman colony way back in 181 BC, which is just about when I was born. And it was a beacon of hope amidst the dying empire. So what Barry was telling me is that the Carnival is a kind of an era, a moment of poetic license. So they have taken this moment of glory in Rome, combined it with a very ancient and very brilliant culture as well, the Chinese society and the Chinese skills, which Barry says may, and of course the inverted commas around the word may have assisted the Roman legions in their defense, in defending the city against the Saracens. A costume not without a great deal of charm, actually. This long tongue coming out from this dragon, menacing perhaps, yes, and yet this very futuristic base of the costume, the huge sort of bell-bottom effect that Barry is wearing, very futuristic indeed, cathedral-like, the headpiece almost.
Yes, a very unusual marriage of the two concepts there as he makes his way off stage. That really wonderful dragon's mad bull kite. This here now is Peter Samuel, Lord of the Flies, and this is from Santa Manite, Without Humanity. And certainly this costume brings to mind all those things that, as Maurice was saying earlier on, all the really evil things in mankind's makeup, all the horrible things that we can think of. It manifests itself here in this costume. And what is amazing is that although it is horrific, it is so wonderful to look at.
It certainly is a spectacle, and theatre, because Peter is very much interested in the theatre of Carnival, which is why on Monday evening, Santa Manite, that presentation down at the stadium is. And this certainly is the theatre of life. Negative, yes, indeed, very negative. Yet a very real aspect of human existence.
Yes, and you know, the argument is there where people say, why does Minstrel bring the macabre into Carnival all the time? I think as someone who is so gifted and talented, it is his duty, if he so feels, to bring this into Carnival, to take it wherever he wants, because this is why You have artistic people in this world.
Well, as a matter of fact, you know, early Carnival was obsessed with the idea of the devil and the dragon and the imps, which
So
was
it's nothing new, yeah.
it's just a sort of message of Carnival being carried across.
Well, I was trying to think of all the minstrel costumes that I've seen over the years, which one I felt was the most beautiful, and it's very difficult to decide, well, this one was that. I would love to have seen all his costumes competing against each other to see which one would come up, because we're thinking about costumes like the serpent, the devil ray, the midnight robber, sacred and the profane, man crab, callaloo dancing, tic-tac-toe down the river, the merry monarch. I mean, would you like to judge that competition?
No, I wouldn't. I think one of my favorite though was perhaps tic-tac-toe down the river.
Yeah, I think no, I'm not.
It's very difficult to tell indeed.
But anyway, it certainly means that minstrel has continued to bring that wonderful feeling of competition here back to the Savannah.
And here we have the second appearance of Roderick Snell, a costume designed and made by Morris Stewart, and it's from the band Babylon, Oh Babylon, and he is the stargazer of the court of King Hammurabi. Interesting use here of foil and plastics, because basically that's what this costume is really all about. On a frame of fiberglass and steel, one would imagine.
One of the things that's become very, very popular in Carnival now is that very long rod that goes up to the sky, and it adds a great height to the costume. Quite often when a designer has a costume that's not very big, just the addition of that gives it a different dimension totally.
And I think this again, Alison, is thanks to Peter. Minstrel, you can't think of Carnival, certainly not in the last 20 years. Well, maybe in the last 10 years, but certainly there's been a sort of an oddity which built up to the minstrel era. And you certainly cannot, in the last 10 years at least, to be conservatively safe, think of Carnival not being influenced some way by that minstrel magic. Not that this costume in any way has anything to do with minstrel, really. But certainly that the aspect of that antenna sticking out. And you know, as I'm talking, I'm thinking as well that the fancy clowns of old did tend to have a particular kind of motif, very reminiscent of this. And the more I look at this costume, the more I see a fancy clown.
It's very, very beautiful indeed, and I think, again, the masquerader has obviously, Roderick has obviously thought about it a great deal, and he's doing this very circular dance across the stage. You really get that feeling of something in orbit.
Yes, it's like the whole galaxy, the stargazers, they could read the stars. Advise the king wisely. It's one of these themes that very often, I suppose if there were a category, this would be ancient history. There are many of the mask designers who delve deep back into very ancient history before Christ to get their themes. It's a kind of theme that we've seen for many, many years here at Carnival, but never like this particular one that Roderick Snell is giving us, the stargaze of the court of King Hammurabi.
Mervyn Johnson wearing costume number 8 here this evening, and he is I Am the Light of the Bustle Dancer. This is from the band De Howlin by the Midas Associates.
Lovely bustles in this costume, Alison, sorry, the costume.
D bustles are nice. There's so many D's in the name of this costume of the band. Certainly, Morris, it is one of the large, beautiful Indian costumes that we've seen. And I'm always very pleased to see that one at least gets into the finals, because it is something that must not die in Carnival.
I don't think it will. I don't think it will at all. I think we've been seeing it so much in evidence in the last few years. And I think actually that designers are going back to this particular form, because there is so much that one has already done with the pure fantasy of foil and so on. What Stephen actually has done, he's combined the feathers with the foil. But one has been seeing a trend in the last 2 or 3 years of really getting back into the roots of the whole thing.
Well, the bustle dancers always used to dance around the fire for their chiefs and sort of to thank the gods for whatever was bestowed upon them. And this is certainly a lovely one. It's a nice way to sort of end the evening as far as the king of carnival competition is concerned. At this point, we're going to take a short break and then come back. We have the appearance of David Rudder to look forward to, and also some more dances and the Calypso competition. So you stay where you are.
Sunpig gives you delicious ripe mangoes anytime. They have canned, juicy, ripe mangoes in a light syrup. Great as a snack anytime. Also available, Sunpig canned pawpaw and grapefruit sections.
Sparkling bleach is manufactured by the most sophisticated bleach production plant in the Caribbean. It is produced at Point Lisas, Trinidad by a plant that combines the latest in technology to ensure premium quality. Sparkling remains the most affordable and dependable bleach in the Caribbean. Compare for yourself.
It's magic, you know. Think and believe it now. It's magic.
Solo has captured the magic refreshment of apples and Solo Apple J. Made from pure apple juice concentrate, this apple drink is pasteurized for freshness, fizzed for excitement, with added vitamin C, just to create the magical gold medal winner, Solo Apple J, the champagne of soft drinks.
It's magic.
Get Sunpig flavored crystals for sensational taste. Comes in 9 fruity flavors. Real value for your money. So get Sunpig flavored crystals now.
Delicious. Check this. It's up to 50% off all ladies, gents, and children's jeans at Acids Mid-Center Mall, Acids Upper Level Gulf City, and Acids Center City Mall. So check this massive carnival offer. Up to 50% off this Sunday from 2 p.m. until Ash Wednesday.
I can see why.
The voice of David Michael Rudder.
All that I know is when I hear it, it moves me so, and I feel a spirit, and I hear a wise man once say, everything must change. So now it changed. Why they acting strange? Tell them people to take me calypso music to the mountains, yes. And let every drop of earth hear when I sing. Oh, out of them barrack yards, calypso rising, 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 yeah. Shaking off that old-time style, putting on a brand new smile, rising out of the ghetto of third world stagnation, reaching out for tomorrow with a world vibration. My calypso heading for stardom real quick, because it is world music, yes. Rhythm and blues, jazz and reggae, they all pay their dues in the same way. Yet every day they keep evolving more and more ways to stay evolving. And I hear a brother once say that colonialism reduces culture to folklore and pecan. I tell you, not my Kaiso, take me calypso music to the mountains, yes. And let every drop of earth hear when I sing, oh, oh,
Calypso rising, 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 yeah. Shaking off that old-time style, putting on a brand new smile. I say, rising out of the ghetto of third world stagnation, reaching out for tomorrow with a world vibration. Yes, my Calypso, heading for stardom real quick, because it is the world music. I'm telling you, this song was born in chains and tears, but yet it moved on through freedom years. No longer no voice to please the master. Now we can rejoice, people. I say we crossed that river, and I hear a wise man once say, we'd be blown to bits if on the back of progress we try to sit. I tell you now, take me Calypso music to the mountain, yeah, and let every drop of earth hear when we sing, oh, oh. I say, out of them barricades now, Calypso rising, 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 oh, shaking off that old-time style, putting on a brand new smile, rising out of the ghetto of third world stagnation, reaching out for tomorrow with a world vibration. My Calypso, heading for stardom real quick, because it is world music, yeah. Calypso rising, hit me with a rhythm to fill my soul. Hit me with a rhythm, Calypso rising, and taking its place in the world. Welcome to the world of Calypso. Let the combination begin.
Sunpig gives you delicious ripe mangoes anytime. They have canned, juicy ripe mangoes in a light syrup. Great as a snack anytime. Also available, Sunpig canned pawpaw and grapefruit sections.
You can simply toss it, add it, twist it, spread it. What is it? Happy, of course.
One of a kind, you'll be happy all the time. Happy foods for you.
You're in a tight traffic jam. The heat's unbearable. Alcalado Glacial refreshes you. You're enjoying a good book. The mosquito rudely interrupts. Alcalado Glacial soothes you. You're tightly teamed in a tennis final. At the end of the game, Alcalado Glacial cools you. Use Alcalado Glacial as a makeup remover or even a tingling aftershave. Cooling, soothing, tingling. Alcalado Glacial, the refreshing all-rounder.
In celebration of you, your determination, your energy, your fire, Caribbean is now $1.99 in most bars, just for you, because you deserve it. Move on with the leader, Caribbean.
Carib, move with the leader.
And we're back here live at the Queen's Park Savannah as we continue our coverage of the Dimanche Gras show this evening. A little while ago we had an appearance by David Rudder, and we are slowly getting around now to the first round of the Calypsonians. However, on stage is the Lord Superior.
Let the artists in, both the judges and the audience. Let us all look for excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, give me the greatest delight to present the contestants here tonight. One of the better voices singing calypsos. The first contestant is Sugar Aloe.
And as you heard from the Lord Superior on stage, the first contestant of the 8 finalists inside the Calypso Monarch finals tonight is Sugar Aloe. This gentleman hails from the Review Calypso tent, and for more details on him, Alvin Daniel.
Yes, Sugar Aloe started singing with the Young Brigade tent, the original Young Brigade tent, in 1979. He has also performed at the CDC tent, the Galaxy tent, and eventually ended up at the Sparrows Young Brigade. He has won the Samoa Calypso King contest on 3 occasions, been in the semis once before. 1987, a Young King finalist. 1988, he was 6th in the Young Kings and 3rd in the Young Kings this year. This is his first time in the finals. His real name is Michael Anthony Osuna, and his first selection tonight will be Public Advice. The Sugar Aloe's contestant number 1.
Alvin, perhaps we can just talk about the judging criteria for the finals here just before Sugar Aloe actually makes his appearance on stage in round 1.
Well, for those people who would like to judge at home, it's very simple. 30 points for lyrics, 30 points for melody, 20 points for rendition, 10 points for presentation, and 10 points for originality, giving a total of 100 points. Each calypso will be scored in the same way, so the contestant will be marked out of a total of 200 points.
Of course, the whole program this evening is changed up slightly because of the downpour that we had here. Normally we would have the appearance of the queens and the first round of the Calypsonians into the kings, and the Calypsonians will make their return. However, we've already seen the kings and the queens of Carnival, and now the Calypsonians. Crocro, any idea as to what are the 2 selections?
Yes, Crocro will be singing a pan tune tonight, and his popular Fire. He's going to sing Rip and Gone. And the rundown for tonight, incidentally, there are 9 Calypsonians because there was a tie in the semi-finals. But the band has struck up, so we will go stateside and pick up the first contestant, which is the Calypsonian Sugar Aloe with the Calypso Public Advice.
La 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 lo lo. Trinidadians gone mad like they're really sick, 'cause they want me to stay on the same topic. Either they love me too much or they just don't care. They want me continue the argument this year. I lose it, have things to argue about. If you check from the east, the west, north and south, check your daily papers or your weekly, and you must find a topic to sing for we. They tell me sing how a madman ruling this land. He moved the cock of the red house and put a dragon. This man like he pushing a demon head. Because since he do that, check how many dead. The 5 children drowned in shallow water, And the young men who died down in Camp Omega, I'll lose argue if you want, but let we face the fact, like the man who rule in this land sign a pact. Line, 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 line. What they did said to me had me so amazed that I started to stammer in many ways. They say I lose you deceitful and move along. Wasn't it you who sang he is a Nubia man? I think it's time we all face reality and check all the wickedness that he doing we. After he done take we cola away. Look, we working so hard and still can't get paid. They tell me sing how he have no love for this land. He want Reagan believe he is a gentleman. Cause while this country was left to suffer, he went away to sign for he bulletproof car. 2,300,000, so they say. I lose with that plenty people could have get paid. This man is right in his head. I feel he kill a priest, cause on the TV he say to watch the police. Lie, 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 lie. Always hang up your hat where your hands could reach, but he is start to practice all he had preached. Always promise the things that you could afford, cause charity begins at home then spread abroad. I lose look at the wrong thing this man do we. Forsake we here and show love for our next country. When I see that, I just hold my head and bawl. If Eric was here, that won't happen at all. They tell me sing Tobago to her disaster when she was hit by that great hurricane Flora. Jamaica went upon a laughing spree. Didn't even send a tarpaulin for we. And while we children here drinking sugar water, 3,000 cases of milk went to Jamaica. Jamaica had Gilbert for one day, they shedding tears. But what about we who have Robbie for 5 years? Before when things were nice, they were not content. They say the PNM party incompetent. Now the tables have turned, you could hear them say, I regret that I voted for Robbie that day. But my old granny always said to me, a bird in the hand is worth more than 5 on a tree. Don't be greedy and you won't have to regret. Hold on to what you have, you don't know what you go get. They tell me sing about them thief in Theta Union, endeavoring to always mislead the poor man. They refused 6% from Georgie that day. Now the little they have, Robbie take it away. Credit unions and banks to pass in the brew. Cause if you have money, he taxing that too. Now all who vote him in the balling like a bar. If you accuse them, they swear me and vote for now.
That's contestant number 1, Sugarlo, is making his first appearance here with a selection entitled Public Advice. We'll be back for more in the finals.
There's no sign of life, it's just a part of charm. I'm lying in the rain, but I try. Whoa, never gonna go for
Sunpig gives you delicious ripe mangoes anytime. They have canned, juicy ripe mangoes in a light syrup. Great as a snack anytime. Also available, Sunpig canned pawpaw and grapefruit sections.
And back here we have already had the introduction for the second Calypsonian for the night. Kenrick Joseph goes by the Calypso name of Kenny J. And his first tune will be Gone Are the Days. He hails from the New Wave Calypso tent located at the Town Hall. He was the Police Calypso King in 1988 and the runner-up in the Police King contest in 1989. It's his first time in the finals and he will be singing Gone Are the Days. Kenny J.
When I look around from country to town, yeah, everybody singing this song. It's easy, easy. That is the cry. It's no mama's guy. Poor people suffering while them big boys fighting. They could send anyone insane. It's frustration and pain. Those who down and out don't know where to turn again. Gone are the days when my people who used to live as one in this once model nation. Things were so easy, we all were so happy. There was love always in so many ways, but gone are the days. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-ba-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-da. Da-ba-ba-da-da. Oh, 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 ah. I wish them good days could come again, like when we had this CPO on that train. That was easy. Them times it was easy. Cash used to flow, but where it gone, I don't know. Like it overflow and staying to pay go. Civil servants pay might just stop. Man is tension in the air. The main issue now is to move that speaker from there. But we there care. But gone are the days when my people who used to live as one in this once model nation. Things were so easy, we all were so happy. There was love always in so many ways, but gone, I say, gone are the days. They say that this country don't have money, but they make San Fernando a city. It easy, I say it easy. 100,000 they spend. Imagine how people feel in these real hard times when you carry that good news. And then we live together and smile when my brother cares for body on time. Mr. Recession, will you please leave us for a while, for a long, long while? But gone are the days when my people who used to live as one in this once model nation. Things were so easy, we all were so happy. There was love always in so many, many, many ways, but gone, I say, gone are the days. They packing their bags and going away. Right here they don't want to stay because it's easy. I say it's easy. It's retrenchment at will and the cutting of salaries, causing people now to cut down on their groceries. Prices going up every day, and them bills you still have to pay. There's nothing you could put away for a rainy day. Gone are the days when my people who used to lend a hand to raise up the nation. Things were so easy, we all were so happy. There was love always in so many ways, but gone, I say, gone are the days. Thank you.
Henrik Joseph, contestant number 2, that's Kenny J, and Gone Are the Days. Contestant number 3 in a moment.
It's magic, you know. Think and believe it now. It's magic.
Solo has captured the magic refreshment of apples and Solo Apple J. Made from pure apple juice concentrate, this apple drink is pasteurized for freshness, fizzed for excitement, with added vitamin C, just to create the magical gold medal winner, Solo Apple J, the champagne of soft drinks.
It's magic.
There's a jungle out there, but you are part of the winning tribe. And when we come in close to hot, so we know that we will survive. Me
Contestant number 3 is Errol Ballyballantyne. He hails from the Spectacular Forum. His first selection tonight in the finals of the Calypso Monarch 1989 is a selection called Douglas.
Mama Africa, they forced me to go overseas in chains to the West Indies. Mother India, I must say bye-bye to you. The West Indies I go into. Two souls, two worlds, two goals, one destiny. To live, to love, to build La Trinity. Oh. Father, please, now we need your guiding hand. Help us to use our culture to build a bridge together and drive all racists out this land. Douglas, a loyal bond, eternal blend, symbol of unity. Douglas, the hope for him, the hope for her, the hope for you and me. The Tatars, when they talk, the rhythm makes my blood run cold. I just feel it deep inside my soul. Bongo, so sweet, it does put me in a daze. A boom boom and all my paws raise. Two drums, two strums, two songs, one melody. With soul, they cajole and roll in harmony. Oh. Take a hand. We are being judged from above. Touch your Afro brother, hug your Indian neighbor. Let's start practicing true love. Douglas, a test of love, a show of faith, symbol of unity. Douglas, the hope for him, the hope for her, the hope for you and me. This is so smooth. with a soothing song. Its magic keeps me so spellbound. Steel band, music's fine, now known the whole world wide. A people's joy, a people's pride. Two hands, two bands, one rhapsody that play and sway away all misery. Let's unite. Divided we sure to sink, for we need each other much more now than ever, as our nation's on the brink. Douglas, eternal link, absolute bond, symbol of unity. Douglas, the hope for him, the hope for her, the hope for you and me. Children of India, chase that bogey from your mind. For too long it's kept you blind. People's African, to love yourself you better learn. If you want love in return. Two breeds, two creeds, two needs, but just one dream, to make this land we share a world supreme. Oh. Walk the road of tolerance and care. And as we tread these spaces, let's embrace all races with this knowledge we now share. Douglas, a guiding light, a shining light, symbol of unity. Douglas, the hope for him, the hope for her, the hope for you and me. Thank you.
Errol Bally Valentine and Swiss selection called Douglas. The winning Calypso Monarch is up next.
You can simply toss it, add it, twist it, spread it. What is it? Happy, of course.
One of a kind, you'll be happy all the time. Happy foods for you.
Get Sun-Pick flavored crystals for sensational taste. Comes in 9 fruity flavors. Real value for your money. So get Sun-Pick flavored crystals now.
Delicious.
Canhai Ragu Beer Jewelry welcomes all Carnival visitors. Get a special discount when you deal with a family of jewelers. Canhai Ragu Beer Jewelry, Plaza Aranguez Curep and Twin City Mall.
Sun-Pick gives you delicious ripe mangoes anytime. They have canned, juicy, ripe mangoes in a light syrup. Great as a snack anytime. Also available, Sun-Pick canned pawpaw and grapefruit sections.
Okay, and we go on to the next Calypsonian in position number 4, and it's the defending king, the defending Calypso Monarch, Crocro, better known, real name is Weston Rollins, and he started singing Calypso in 1974. In 1978, he placed 8th in the finals, and the first time he ever made it to the finals. 10 years later, in 1988, he made it to the finals again, singing Corruption in Common Entrance and 3 Borats, and he won the National Monarch. In 1987, too, we also remember he was the Independence King when he sang Happy Anniversary and Botha. And he is going to be singing, I expect in the second round, his Popular Fire, but he is selected for his first selection tonight, Whip Hand Gone. Contestant number 4, the defending Calypso Monarch of Trinidad and Tobago, Crocro.
Boom bim boom bim boom bam, booba doom bim bam. This is the pan, melodious pan. Looba doom bim boom bam, looba doom bim bam. This is the pan, Trinbago's pan. Everybody feeling happy, Carnival day in the city. But we never know the pressure the pan and the pan man undergo. I just see them merry making, everybody sipping something. Take some time off and think, and see how the steel band conditions think. From the days of Fisher and Winston Spree, I remember pan beating so sweetly. Tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. Can Professor Fillmore beating so well? Outside all I hear in is Andy Narell. Tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. So when you're beating Carnival Day, I say, take some time off and pray. Don't forget to check the big man, beg him to say a prayer for the pan. Cause don't mind how we pray and preach, I still want to know where the steel band reach. Tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach, where pan reach. Answer, tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach, where pan and the pan man reach. I don't know. Boom bim boom bim boom bam, boom bim bam. This is the pan, magical pan. Boom bim boom bim boom bam, boom bim bam. This is the pan, Trinbago's pan. Do something immediately before we pan. Get away from we. When we sit and pose, we almost run second to Barbados. In this independent country, put cellos and bass on with money. Let the whole world know that pan really belong to Trinbigo. They tell me this pan man used to fret. You could bet I must call Ellie Manette. But tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. Old Rodney did play one for Winston Spree. He's grunting in South, pan do that to he. Tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. So when you're beating Carnival Day, I say, take some time off and pray. Don't forget to check the big man. Beg him to say a prayer for the pan. Cause don't mind how we pray and preach. I still can't understand where the pan reach. Tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Where pan reach. Answer, tell me where pan reach. Tell me where the hell pan reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Where pan and the pan man reach. I don't know. This is the pan, Trinbigo's pan. This is the pan, magical pan. George Goddard, who now takes a rest, hats off to him, he did his best. And Pan Trinbigo, they're doing a marvelous job also. But they need help generally to put pan internationally, not for Panorama. And heaven knows where does happen after. Check Solo, Renegade and Tokyo, but some Pandemonium Desperado, and tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. Enjoyment to the world the pan does give. It hurts to see where pan and the pan men live. Tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. So when you're fetting Carnival Day, I say, take some time off and pray. Don't forget to check the big man. Beg him to say a prayer for the pan. Cause don't mind how we pray and preach. I still want to know where the steel man reach. Tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Where pan reach. Answer, tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Where pan and the pan man reach. Boom ba, go bam bam di di da da da. Baru baru bam, go bam. Baru bam bam, go bam. Baru bam bam. Watch it. Baru baru bim bum bim bam. Baru baru bim bam. This is the pan, heavenly pan. Baru baru bim bum bim bum bam. Baru baru bim bam. This is the pan, melodious pan. Them sponsors and all get so slack. Companies taking sponsors back. Just most recently, All Stars just lost out to Catelli. And those who stay in the business, man is only for the tax interest. So it's glaring again to say that we pan going down the drain. Tripoli was good and still they suffer. The same thing happened to Cats and Jama. Tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. Panorama night, you win or you lose. Man, you just get tight and go up on booze. Tell me where pan reach, where the hell pan reach. So Trini, take this advice from me. Love pan and not Miami machine and run the MC. When you go to watch them foreign man, remember to say a prayer for the pan. Cause don't mind how we pray and preach. I still can't understand where the pan reach. Tell me where pan reach, Watch it, that's a weapon reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Weapon reach. Answer, tell me weapon reach. Where the help and reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Weapon and the pan man reach. Sing it, tell me weapon reach. Where the help and reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Weapon reach. Answer, tell me weapon reach. Where the help and reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Weapon and the plan man reach. Sing it, tell me weapon reach. Where the help and reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Weapon reach. Sing it, tell me weapon reach. Where the help and reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Weapon and the pan man reach. Tell me weapon reach. Where the help and reach. Don't mind how we pray and preach. Weapon reach. Answer, tell me weapon reach. Where the help and reach. Don't mind how we pray and thank you. Where the help and answer, don't mind how we pray and preach. Weapon reach. Watch it, tell me weapon reach. Answer, weapon reach. Oh God, don't mind how we pray and preach. Weapon and reach. Sing it, tell me weapon reach. Thank you.
And that was contestant number 4, Crow Crow, singing Weapon Gone.
B-A-R-C, being so alive with RC Cola. B-A-R-C, being so alive. Feeling RC, feeling so alive. I'm feeling RC Cola.
Ferroglobin B12, a scientific blood and energy tonic which contains all vitamins of the B complex group. Ferroglobin is specially recommended for women, but everyone can benefit from its 15 vital nutrients. Start your family on a course of Ferroglobin B12, available at drugstores everywhere.
Michael Legaton is based in Canada. That's contestant number 5 in the National Calypso Monarch Finals tonight. That's Protector. His first selection, Lord Put a Hand. He hails from the Bucks Calypso 10. Contestant number 5, Protector, Michael Legaton.
Chief, your boy here, I have a case to plead, so lend me an ear. It's on behalf of some people who are still made to struggle from year to year. Good Lord, well, it is so much harder to survive in poverty. In a relentless quest for power, they are kept in captivity. That's why I'm using my voice to bring this case to you, so please hear my plea. Because treat me daisy, oh yo, yeah. Oh yo, oh yo, 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 yeah. Oh yo, yo, yo. This is the cry you are hearing from the lips of each black South African. They're suffering and and they're crying, oh yo, oh yo, yo, yo. And all they're getting is lip service from them hypocrites in England, Lord. Put a hand. Chief, is me again. You know, without food to eat, it's tough to withstand the pain. Inadequate health services and no place to shelter from sun and rain. Good Lord. Well, that's the sad situation that exists in Ethiopia. The Aborigines still under severe pressure in Australia, governed by unscrupulous laws, while the superpowers argue about Star Wars. My friend, could you tell me what's the cause? Oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, 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 yo. This is the cry you are hearing from the lips of every Ethiopian. They're suffering and they're crying, oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, 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 yo. There is so much talk of helping, but them people keep on dying, Lord. Put a hand. I said they're feeling the pressure, Lord. Whoa. Good Lord. Lord. Chief, if I am wrong, I would apologize to you in another song. But there seem to be some forces trying to make sure my people stay down. Good Lord. Because toxic waste they're dumping right in the Caribbean, knowing fully well that marine life could be wiped out in this region, thereby creating a slum that could stay with us for generations to come. Listen, people, you get where I'm coming from. Oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, yo, yo. This is the cry you are hearing, coming from the lips of each West Indian. Good Lord, every day they're crying, oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, yo, yo. We need to avoid an inevitable environmental destruction, Lord. Put a hand. Finally, Chief, in my land, so many of my people face starvation, while their children are being caught in a web of drug abuse, crime, and corruption. You hear me? And then rapid retrenchment is now the order of the day. For those who still have employment, some don't know when they're getting paid. And when they finally get $1, the next desperate man could take it away. My friend, Chief, you hear what I say? Oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, yo, yo. Oh yo, yo, yo. This is the cry you are hearing from the lips of every Trinbagonian. We suffering and we crying, oh yo, oh yo, oh yo, yo, yo. We need drastic improvements for the poor man. Our young ones need protection, Lord. Put a hand. I say we crying, oh yo, yeah. Oh yo, 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 yeah. We need drastic improvements for the poor man. Our young ones need protection, Lord. Put a hand. I mean, you people out there, are you feeling the pressure? Let me see them hands. Let me see them hands. Oh, yo. Oh, yo, Lord. Let me see them. Let me see them. Let me see them. I said to save us from destruction, Lord. Let me. Good Lord, pressure. Good Lord. Thank you, Lord. Good Lord. Thank you, ladies and
That's Michael Legaton, Protector, and Lord Put a Hand. Next contestant up in a short while, Hollis, Liverpool, the Chalkers.
You can simply toss it, add it, twist it, spread it. What is it? Happy, of course.
One of a kind, you'll be happy all the time. Happy foods for you.
Get Sunpick flavored crystals for sensational taste. Comes in 9 fruity flavors. Real value for your money. So get Sunpick flavored crystals now.
Delicious.
Canhai Ragubeer Jewelry welcomes all Carnival visitors. Get a special discount when you deal with a family of jewelers. Canhai Ragubeer Jewelry, Plaza Ranguez, Curep, and Twin City Mall.
One of the most experienced competitors tonight, in position number 6, the Chalkers. He has been singing Calypso since 1975, I think it is, when he made his debut at the CDC 10th. It's his 18th appearance in the finals, and he was the national monarch in 1976, in 1977, and in 1981 he was the national monarch as well. He was a finalist in 84, he made his semis in 86, 87, so many years, too numerous to mention. This year he's been breaking down the 10th with a calypso called Driver Wanted, and his second tune has been Carnival is the Answer. It is expected that he's going to offer a new tune tonight. We'll have to wait and see. He hails from the Spectacular Forum. Chalkers will be singing his first tune tonight, Driver Wanted.
Alvin, from the Calypsonians that we've heard so far, what do you think of the standard?
Well, what has been happening, I find that the Calypsonians are in good voice. Their rendition has been clean and clear, but I find that they have been very, very careful in their presentations. They haven't gone that little extra step to sort of, let us say, break down the house, if you may call it that. And this careful presentation can cost you the crown if you're in with a good chance.
I think they're all waiting on the second rounds, because in the second round, you're going to get a lot of party tunes.
Well, it's on to contestant number 6, the Chalkers, and as expected, Driver Wanted.
What is wrong with Trinidad? You can't understand why things go on so bad. You find we so rich in human resources, and yet the country going to pieces. Well, let me tell you, my friend, where we went wrong. After Eric Williams' old car breakdown, we called in an AR, we ordered a next car and installed a new driver. With 33 passengers from the party, we gave him a maxi taxi, fitted with McQueen's tape computer, air condition 8-cylinder. With Bosch new fittings, this maxi car ride. Then it start to swerve on no side. It took a year for passengers to realize. They say, the new driver cannot drive. Boomba. You're questioning me so much about the driver. You want proof to show he can maneuver. Well, boy, the first month he get this driving job, you know the man comes down for you with Bob. And just last week a pedestrian named Chalky tell the driver to drive properly. Well, the driver, you know, plus a lady in the front row, tried to bump down Chalky just so. Well, some school children by the road run like hell. They lose their lunch and books as well. He driving on the fast lane and Maxi lane and tells Mr. Polar straighten the drain. He slammed the brakes on them old public servants. Some get injured, no insurance. Look, Ellis Clark had to jump and run to stay alive. He said, the new driver cannot drive alive. Rumba. Well, of the 33 chosen passenger, Humphrey, Ramnath, Pandey and Sudama, they wouldn't let the poor driver drive in peace. They distracting him and wouldn't see. While he driving, they hitting him some big cloud. So he stopped the maxi and put them out. And to settle their fate, they went to drink us straight by a club call. Meanwhile, the driver had people disappearing, you see. Passengers started to run, you see. Well, he's skidding to the credit union building. The members and them sent for Pantin. Pantin tell him to get his car out of out there. Before he say my son is red. Cause since last year panting, warning little brother Clive, look Clive, the new driver cannot drive. Yeah, lost the way by the IMF station and asking a Yankee for direction. And like a vagrant, he being all hooper to buy back some of his oil and gas. And Jack warned him that his new factory corrode and not to pass on the IMF road. But he ain't listening. He drop asleep driving and IMF thieves rape him. Meanwhile the car going about skidding for so. Passengers don't know what to do also. So they hop off and take on ecstasy and claim they is a refugee. The driver call an next person referee and ask him to raise the price for me. So Carl staying far from the driver just to survive. Carl knows the new driver cannot drive. God bless.
That's contestant number 6, Hollis Liverpool. Chockless from the Spectacular Forum, and his first selection, A Chauffeur Wanted. Well, Alvin, we are neatly into the finals here of round 1, and as we can see there, the Maxi Taxi leaves stage with Chockless walking behind. Of the 6 Calypsonians that we've heard so far, what do you think right now?
Well, first let me make a correction. Chockless made his debut in the year 1968 when he started to sing at the CDC tent. And to answer your question, Gerard, I think that Chockless has certainly captured the imagination of the crowd, starting first of all with a very imaginative presentation, and he set the stage for the Calypso, and even the tourists would have appreciated where he was coming from.
Alvin, there's a strategy that's used here by the Calypsonians. You try to win the first round, and once you are strong in that, then you can hold on the second round.
Yes, I think that the system employed in the finals, where the points are taken away from the judges right after they score each Calypso, so that the marks can be collated very quickly, does not allow for any, let's say, adjustments as you go along. So it favors the person who puts down a good performance in the first round.
Just reflecting on Choki's presentation, he changed a lot of the lyrics compared to what's actually on record or what he's been singing at the tent tonight. In fact, he's such a master of the lyric that I'm inclined to believe he actually created some new lines on stage there tonight.
Well, I'm sure that he wouldn't leave that to chance. Chockless is the type of person who goes through his lyrics very carefully before coming on stage, and he just made sure that everything was up to date tonight. But we're on to contestant number 7.
Well, this is the man who's supposed to rock the Savannah this evening. Here's Timothy Watkins Jr. What should we say about the Baron? I think the last time that he came in the Savannah was when he had this tune, A Severe Licking, many, many years ago. And
yes, that was actually his first year in competition in 1971 when he made his debut at the original Young Brigade. He placed 3rd in the finals.
That's right, he was back in 84 with the Jammer and Feeling It.
And that year he placed 6th
Now Baron is a sort of a master at more of the party tune than the heavy message tune. He has message tunes like this year. He has this one called Chaos, and a few years ago the River of Tears.
But he's better known for tunes like Sweet Soca Man, Melosian Rhapsody, and Say Say.
The sweet music. He's coming on stage now as contestant number 7, Timothy Watkins Jr., the Baron.
We got to rock it and we go rock all day, all night. We come to shake it and we go shake all day, all night. We are having a party, a party, a party. Hey, we are having a party. A party, a party. We making music, we freeing up, we getting frantic and jumping up. We are having a party, a party, a party. I say we are having a party, a party, a party. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, give it. Hey, give me. Yo. All right. We going crazy in this town all day, all night. We getting wassy and we falling down all day, all night. We are having a party, a party, a party. I say we are having a party. Hey, a party, a party. We celebrating, we having fun, we recreating from dusk to dawn. 'Cause we are having a party, a party, a party. I say we are having a party, a party, a party. We in the theater, we in the hall, all day, all night. We and we never having a ball, all day, all night. 'Cause we are having a party, a party, a party. I say we are having a party, a party, a party. We in a frenzy, we whining low, we feeling happy because we know that we are having a party. Give me a party. We having a party, a party.
party, a party, a party, hey. I say we are having a party, hey, a party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tell them what I say. We are having a party, a party, a party. I say we are having a party, a party, a party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This song. We are having a party, hey, a party. Give me. We are having a party, a party, a party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sing this song. We are having a party, a party, a party. I say we are having a party, a party, a party. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We are having a party, a party, party, party. I want to hear you say, yeah, yo. We are having a party. Give me a party, a party, yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And that was contestant number 7.
The Baron.
The Baron. You know something, Jared, when you have to analyze a calypso like that, it's a little difficult for the judges, but what you have to do is to take your various categories and go across it, you know, dispassionately. You know, under rendition, that you can't fault a guy like Baron, but when you come to originality, and I think lyrics as it relates to this calypso, this is where the overall mark is going to suffer. Melody would probably pick up a few points because, you know, it is a melodious calypso and very catchy. But I think that the overall mark of a calypso like this would not measure up well against some of the better calypsos.
Of course, Baron, no doubt, will try to make up the point system when he comes in the second round, in which he will be doing somebody.
Correct. But I think we are hearing the introduction for Calypsonian number 8, who is Christopher Herbert Itambu.
That's right, Chris Tambu, and now he can either do Frustration or The Journey, and I'm inclined to believe he's going to do The Journey.
Yes, I think he'll opt for The Journey tonight, although he has been considering dropping it and doing Frustration tonight. But I think he's going to stay with The Journey as it has seen him this far.
And he's a joint Young King winner with a gentleman who appeared earlier this evening. That's Protector, both Tambu and Protector having won the Young Kings at Skinner Park a few weeks ago. Contestant number 8, Chris Tambu Herbert, hailing from the Spectacular Forum. And his first selection is in fact The Journey. On stage for Tambu.
The journey, the journey, the journey, the journey now starts, the journey now starts. I was drifting on a lonely sea when a voice kept calling out to me. Kept on calling, calling, calling. I was shaking like a frightened child. I was shaking, shaking, shaking. Who was out in the cold, and
had nowhere to hide. I heard son, son, come, come, come. Son, son, come, don't you be afraid. You just started your mission. The waters will be rough. Have faith and you will make it all the way up. But your journey now starts. The journey is now starts. The journey now starts. The journey is now starts. Sonny, do not give up. Don't ever, you were put here to survive. You are in charge of your life. Never look back, look ahead. Never say die till you're dead. Children, the journey now starts. The journey is now starts. The journey now starts. The journey is now starts. When you're reaching out towards your goal, when you're reaching, you may stumble and fall, but don't give up at all, no. Don't you give up, do not give up. Friends will smile and talk with you, yet stab you in the back. They will do anything to get you off your track. You must fight, 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 fight with all your might to stand up to your trials, regardless of the strain. Sometimes there will be darkness, but light will shine again. Cause the journey now starts, the journey is now starts, the journey now starts, the journey is now starts. Sonny, do not give up, don't ever, you were put here to survive. You are in charge of your life, yeah. Never look back, look ahead. Never to die till you're dead. Children, the journey, I said to travel on. I said to travel on. I said to travel on. Hey, ay, 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 oh. 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 Where you yo, where you yo, where you yo, where you yo? In our life, son, there'll be ups and downs. Yeah. Just believe in yourself. You weather every storm. Life is what you make of it, so just get up and do, and reach out for your dreams, and make them all come true. Life, 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 life's no easy game. See yourself as a winner, be not afraid to try. You will learn from your mistakes, keep reaching to the sky. But the journey now starts, the journey is now starts, the journey now starts, the journey is now starts. Sonny, do not give up, don't let up, for you were put here to survive. You are in charge of your life. Never look back, look ahead. Never sit tight till you're dead. Children, I said to travel on. I said to travel on.
has to travel on. Where you are, where you are, where you are, where you are. That's what it's told me. Go back to my land and proclaim these words to each and every one. Tell them, taking, for the time has come for them to be strong and keep on holding on. Go, 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 my son. Go, go, go. Let your voice be heard. Everyone seems so bitter because the pressure's on. Tell them life is a journey and the journey must go. The journey now start, the journey is now start, the journey now start, the journey is now start. Sonny, do not give up, don't ever, you were put here to survive. You are in charge of your life. Never look back, look ahead. Never sit tight till you're dead. Children, the journey now travel on. I said to travel on. I said to travel on. Hey, ay, 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 oh. 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 The journey now starts, the journey is now starts, the journey now starts, the journey is now starts. The journey now starts, the journey is now starts, the journey now starts, the journey is now starts, the journey now starts. The journey is now start. The journey now start. The journey is now start. The journey now start. The journey is now start. The journey now start. The journey is now start. The journey now start. The journey now start.
Contestant number 8, Gustavo Herbert, and his first selection, The Journey. Well, we're waiting on the one and only female entrant tonight, Denise Plummer.
Yes, our next contestant will be Denise Plummer, and she has 2 selections which have been doing well for her throughout the season, together right here and the champ.
Well, not forgetting that Denise is the reigning Calypso queen.
Yes, she has had a short but very, let's say, fast rise to the position of Calypso Queen. In fact, she's the Calypso Queen for the last 2 years in her short career, which started in 1986. She started singing as early in the days of Teen Talent, Scouting for Talent, and has been singing professionally at the Shakonia Inn from about 1977. And she has been second in the Queen competition in 1986, third in 1987, and then came first in 1988 and this year, 1989.
All right, so contestants that we've heard so far: Sugar Aloes, Kenny J, Bali, Croco, Protector, Chokdes, Baron, Tambo. And now we're waiting on what should be a very dramatic entrant from Miss Denise Plummer, because backstage I saw a lot of props moving on for Denise. What you say she'll do, Alvin, the champ?
Well, she's going to be doing the champ, and we saw her performance at the Queen Show, and she's going to blow this crowd.
We keep the surprises.
Human that is constantly in motion, that generated all through the Caribbean Ocean. He is powerful, invincible, superior, uncontrollable. Before you know what hits you, baby, he'll be gone with your heart. If you interfere, you best beware if you try to tear him apart. But he's burning, burning, burning up from the start. Anybody ask me what is he? I work out that he is a West Indian man. Positive identity, born a leader naturally. How you going to do all the things you do? There's some magic inside of you. A champion man is a West Indian man. Burn, 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 burn. If you irritate, try to calculate, he's a tiger. Don't be fooled by the cool, colorful exterior. Exciting, courageous, intimidating. Be cautious. Native daughter, God has blessed you. Take good care of your man. Check right, not wrong. Be strong, be as good to him as you can. Cause he burning, burning, burning your put a hand. Check good, not bad, be glad you have a gem from the Caribbean. He is a West Indian man. Positive identity, born a leader naturally. What you going to do, all the things you do, there's some magic inside of you. A champion man is a West Indian man. Bob Marley, Marcus Garvey, Lord Kitchener, Mighty Sparrow, Gary Sobers, Winston Simon Spree, yes sir, and you. If you know your man, raise your hand and let's go, let's go, let's go, let go, let go, let go, let go. Hey. When you come face to face, you will know that he's like no other. Highest quality fuel standard horsepower, impulsive, artistic, manual, automatic. You could find a champion anywhere. This is what to look for. Bold and daring, engineering, confidence evermore. Cause he's burning, 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 you can't ignore. Check the way how he walk and talk with rhythm. You know for sure he is a West Indian man. Positive identity, born a leader naturally. What you going to do, all the things you do, there's some magic inside of you. A champion man is a West Indian man. Burn, 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 burn. Yes, sir. Hey! Don't underestimate this super willpower. A local West Indian delicacy for hunger. A fighter, achiever, temperature, like fever. Give me any man from the Caribbean assembled in the West Indies. If he's short or he's tall or he's big or he's small, whatever he may be. Cause he's burning, burning, burning constantly. Moving, moving, for victory. He is a West Indian man, champion, positive identity. For a leader naturally, all he's going to do, all he's do, there's some magic inside of you. A champion man is a West Indian man. He is a West Indian, a champion. Born a leader naturally, all he's going to do, all to do, there's some magic inside of you. A champion man is a West Indian man. Lego is your macho, Lego is your macho, macho. Lego is your macho, Lego is your macho, macho. Burn, 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 burn.
Alvin, I'm just wondering if that was part of the action.
Well, that stuff looks so real.
Would you believe they're actually lifting the fellow over? Denise Blummer, the final contestant in the first round of the National Calypso Monarch Finals, and first selection, the champ. Now, what's going to happen? Are they going to bring the Calypsonians back straight away, or we should get an appearance of the Junior Calypso Monarch and then get back into round two of the...
Well, we haven't seen from the Junior Calypso Monarch as yet, and if we follow our program, we're also listed to have a melody review by the Canbole Ensemble. We're going to go back to the studio for a short while. When we come back, we'll inform you as to what's going to happen next.
Nice going, Mustang. Relax and have one on me.
Roger, Den Mother.
Great. Trouble with your refreshment system?
A negative.
Where is he?
Hi, boys.
Pepsi, the choice of a new generation.
Ferroglobin B12, a scientific blood and energy tonic which contains all vitamins of the B complex group. Ferroglobin is specially recommended for women, but everyone can benefit from its 15 vital nutrients. Start your family on a course of Ferroglobin B12, available at drugstores everywhere.
You're in a tight traffic jam. The heat's unbearable. Alcalado Glacial refreshes you. You're enjoying a good book. A mosquito rudely interrupts. Alcalado Glacial soothes you. You're tightly teamed in a tennis final. At the end of the game, Alcalado Glacial cools you. Use Alcalado Glacial as a makeup remover or even a tingling aftershave. Cooling, soothing, tingling. Alcalado Glacial, the refreshing all-rounder.
In celebration of you, your determination, your energy, your fire, Caribbean is now $1.99 in most bars, just for you, because you deserve it. Move on with the leader, Caribbean.
Move with the leader.
Play it cool with a Kentucky Carnival mug, available in 2 colors. These handy durable mugs are just $4 each with any chicken item. Pick up one today at Kentucky.
Well, in progress is the Junior Calypso Monarch, Carlin Wells, and her Calypso Omega.
Tuesday evening, I hear people start bawling. A mountain way down yonder, it blew up and was on fire. Man start bawling, a woman crying, oh Lord, wondering who had died. The hell's burning, wife stood waiting with fatherless children at your sides, and they fall in fire, fire, can't hold me back on it down. People run through the streets, no shoes on their feet, their clothes falling down, and they shouting fire, fire, you know the fire spreading around. The place so hot it's a melting pot, burning, burning, dum ba dum bum ba da dum fine, fine, ba dum da dum dum da day, be do dum bum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum ba day, ba dum fine, ba dum da dum dum da day, ba dum da dum dum da dum dum day, ba dum ba dum. What a day of disaster. Them lives was lost at Omega. Young strong men with a future. Them had no chance in the fire. The whole country felt sympathy for the officers that was. This tragedy, it still haunts me. They died for a worthy cause. All in the fire, fire, I can't hold me got burning down. Like the sound of a poor man running around, victims on the ground. I still hearing fire, fire, you know the fire spreading around. The place so hot it's a melting pot, burning, burning down. Ba-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, fine, fine, ba-dum, da-dum, dum, da-day, ba-dum, da-dum, dum, da-dum, da-dum, dum, da-dum, da-dum, dum, da-day, ba-dum, fine, ba-dum, fine, ba-dum, da-dum, dum, da-day, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bye, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Who's to blame for Omega? Who's to blame for the fire? Did they tell these officers the contents of the bunker? So untimely, so suddenly, like the rain on a sunny day, without warning, a fire burning, oh Lord, 6 officers melt away. All in the fire, fire, I can't hold me car burning down. Like the sound of a poor man running around, victims on the ground. I still hearing fire, fire, you know the fire spreading around. The place so hot it's a melting pot, burning, burning, dum bum ba dum bum ba da dum bye, ba dum bye, ba dum ba dum dum ba day, ba dum ba dum dum ba dum ba dum dum ba dum ba dum dum ba day, ba dum bye, ba dum bye, ba dum ba dum dum ba day, ba dum bum bum ba dum dum day, ba dum ba dum. Lieutenant Jerry Waldron, his comrade Nizam Ali, left their homes with one intention, to protect and serve this country. Louis Jordan, Fireman Earl Moore, them had the same ideas too. Kenny Leeward, Adio Nagaya, I hope your families get their due, because you died in the fire, fire, I can't hold me got burning down. Like the sound of a poor man running around, victims on the ground. I still hearing fire, fire, you know the fire spreading around. The place so hot it's a melting pot, burning, burning down. the sound of a poor man running around, victims of the song. I keep hearing fire, fire. You know the fire spreading around. The place so hot it's a melting pot, burning, burning down. I keep hearing fire, fire. I can't hold me car burning down. Fire, fire. You know the fire spreading around. Thank you.
The Junior Calypso Monarch, Carnival, singing about the Omega incident, the unfortunate Omega incident that took place at Shagaramas. One of the guest appearances tonight. Well, for the benefit of our many visitors in the country, we have had the first round of the National Monarch Finals tonight, 9 Calypsonians, and we should mention that some 300-odd Calypsonians participated in the competition this year. We have about 7 Calypso tents in Trinidad with an average of about 20 singers. Tobago has 3 Calypso tents with another 20 singers odd each. And there are about 68 to 70 unattached Calypsonians who sing to the judges on an appointed day. And from these 300-odd Calypsonians singing 200 each, 24 semi-finalists were selected. And from that 24, 8 were chosen. Normally 7 is chosen, but there was a tie. 8 were chosen to contest against the defending king, who is the mighty Crocro, who sang in position 4 tonight. And to review quickly the Calypsonians that sung tonight and their compositions, in position 1 we had Sugar Aloes, who sang Public Advice. In position 2 we had Kenny J, who sang Gone Are the Days. Bali sang Dougla in position 3. 4th position was the reigning king Crocro, who sang Whip and Gone. Position 5 was Protector Lord Put a Hand. Number 6 is Chalk Dust, Driver Wanted. 7 was the Popular Baron with We Are Having a Party. 8, Tambu with The Journey. And in the 9th position we had the lone female tonight, Denise Plummer, singing the champ.
Of course, Alvin, a lot of people would ask, why can't the selections be sort of more up-tempo? But I think this is a point we could just discuss for a short while, and that is that a special part of this performance tonight, the judges look and weigh heavily on lyrics.
Well, not only lyrics, Gerard, but the diction is more important, and some of the Calypsonians tend to tone down the tempo a bit to ensure that every word gets out to not only the audience but the judges as well. And the judges judge on what they hear tonight. But I believe we are going on to the other item as listed on our program, which is the melody review by the Canbule Ensemble. So if we go over to stage side as the lights come up and take in this special feature.
Street cry in the city really does amuse me. Street cry in the city really does amuse me. Like shopping knife and scissors. Shopping knife and scissors. And piwa, piwa, piwa. Someone get a nice, nice piwa. But the nicest cry of them all is when I hear the Iceman ballin', way he ballin'. Ice, ice. Cool ice. Hard eyes, all kind of eyes, ice in your eyes. It's nice to remember, mile a minute round the savannah, with the short pants and Washington, shouting, salt nuts all day long, and sweet and salt baby, sweet and salt baby, and poisson, poisson, fresh fish,
Lady, I ain't best today.
I don't care what nobody say. The Iceman got the best love way. And why you ballin'? Ice, ice, ba-da-ba-da-da. Cold ice, hard ice, all kind of ice. Ice in your eyes. Ice, ice, cold ice, hard ice, all kind of ice. Ice in your eyes. Well, a Baptist preacher living peacefully with 4 little children in Laventille. A Baptist preacher living peacefully with 4 little children in Laventille. His work was selling sweet steak. One evening he roast up some bake, went to sleep and wake up a bake missing. So he waked the children and started asking. He shout out, Jonah! You take a bake here. One gone. One gone. The power fly up in the old man head. He wrap his belt and then he kill the poor children dead where they walk. Mama look up, boo-boo, they shout. The mother tell them, shut up your mouth. That is your daddy. Oh no, my daddy can be ugly, so shut your mouth, go away. Mama look up, boo-boo, they shut your mouth, go away. Mama look up, boo-boo, they. I wonder why nobody don't like me. Is it a fact that I'm ugly? I wonder why nobody don't like me. Is it a fact that I'm ugly? I leave me whole house and go. My children don't want me anymore. They cursing black is white and sing. And when I talk, they start to sing. Mama, look up, boo-boo. They shout. Their mother told them, shut up your mouth. That is your daddy. My daddy can be ugly, so shut your mouth, go away. Mama, look up, boo-boo, they are. Shut your mouth, go away. Mama, look up, boo-boo, they. Milkman in town, milkman throw me down. Yes, the milkman in town. Look, the milkman throw me down. Taking a pint of milk daily, the milkman tackle me lady. When I come from work in the evening, my smallest child started bawling. Daddy, the milkman came today. So then mommy chased me away. Daddy, when I come back home I see, who could it be? The milkman. Who could it be? The milkman. Well, he went on relating how I had to tell him, shut up now. My wife said, don't mind the mule, he's always playing the pool. What really occurred this morning, the milkman came, rain was falling. I had to give him a shelter. That son of yours got no behavior. Daddy, the milkman came today. So then mommy chased me away. Daddy, when I come back home I see, who could it be? The milkman. 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 Some olololo man playing young, causing confusion in the town. Them olololo man playing young, causing confusion in the town. I met a big fat one by the grocery, who swore to heaven she loved me. She took me home and that was the case. Well, woman today they really bold face. Let us make love and sugar pie. Alright. For life is short and we bad. Hold me and kiss me, honey. tell me you want to love me. Let us make love, my sugar pie. I move until I couldn't move again. Down came a shower of rain. She run me down and she locked me neck. Balling saga, boy get back. I said my favorite drink is Milo. She turned, she back, I jumped through the window. She came behind me in all the rain. Not me with them old low man again. Let us make love, my sugar pie. For life is short and we ain't high. Hold me and kiss me, honey. Tell me you want to love me. Let us make love, my sugar pie. Beware of the peddlers in town. A police nearly carried me down. Beware of the peddlers in town. A police nearly carried me down. At the corner of George and Marie Square, a young man, he approached me there. When I think he was begging for charity, this is what the young man exposed to me. He exposed old boots, old shoes, old picture lamp, a suit from an old concentration camp, needles, scissors and thread, a photograph of the Galva head, cigars, ashtray, ultimate bleed, up came the lead. He said, young man, what are you trying today? I tell him, Mr. Afraid. He had whitewash, white slime, all kind of rag, a piece of a German flag, pillowcase, modest, nightly and socks, rimless glasses and old man socks, timbers, earring, exit and beat, so up came Constable Reed. He said, young man, you got a lot of nice things here that I really need. But where you get this, where you get that, where did you get the superintendent hat this night? He looked like the neighborhood. Where did you get the tenant saxophone? Now we go down like the only whole of town. This time they hang on his mouth. When I read the evening, this ex-meeting was a whole heap from down from south. Glory, mama, glory. Glory, mama, glory. And he went right down to the river of Jordan. Glory, mama, glory. He didn't obey the Lord's commandment. Glory, mama, glory. Hallelujah. Glory, mama, glory. Hallelujah. Glory, mama, glory. Who's gone to go but me, Lord Melody? Glory, mama, glory. Daniel hiding in the mountain. Glory, mama, glory. Daniel go down a million buildings. Glory, mama, glory. Daniel thinks I was dead. Glory, mama, glory. Daniel go down the whole of the land. Glory, mama, glory. Can't sit on here, you can't sit on there. Glory, mama, glory. Walk in the back and say, read and run. Glory, mama, glory. And you can't walk there and you can't go in there. Glory, mama, glory. They miss the black and say, they got read and run. Glory, mama, glory. Melody, melody. Glory, mama, glory. In the back and store wherever. Glory, mama, glory. Glory, mama, glory.
And that was a tribute to a great Calypsonian, the Lord Melody, who passed away last year. It was done in the form of a Canboulay ensemble with vocals by, I'm not sure who did the vocals. Brother Superior did the vocals on the melody review by the Canboulay ensemble.
Well, Winston, the second round of this, of the Calypsonians come on stage is going to be very interesting because right now we have a lot of rain on stage, as you can see. And we're just hoping that this is not in any way going to hamper the performance because we have a lot of electrical stuff running across the stage, as you notice from some of the shots that we've been seeing.
Well, I'm hoping that it doesn't come any harder because they may have to take a short break if the rain comes any harder. And as you say, there are a lot of electrical stuff, there are a lot of cameras and other audio equipment on the stage, and this would certainly affect the performances. And for the time being, it seems as though they are proceeding, so we're going back to contestant number one, the Sugar Aloes. And they are using Tommy Joseph as the MC for the second half, and this should step proceedings up a bit. Well, let's take a further look at contestant number 1, the Sugar Aloes. And he started singing in Better Village, believe it or not. And if we look at some of his compositions, well, last year, we can remember The Argument and Soca Mange were 2 tunes that he sang. Perhaps we can take in some of the comments from the new announcer.
All right, let's go to stage and Bill. This is Tommy Joseph this time.
So part 2 of Dimanche Gras, Calypso time. All right, I have some quick announcements to make. I would like someone, we didn't get the owner of this car, nor the driver, but we get to understand that they lost some keys. And there's a bunch with 3 keys, so we asking the owner to come and collect his keys very quick. It's raining. All right, we're moving in.
Yes, he started singing at Better Village before he went into the tent, and well, I think he was hinted that he should stop that particular joke, so he introduced him to
Yes, I think so. I think so. I've heard Tommy give that one before, and it's a very clever joke, but I think we should take it. We have a lot of rain on stage now, and Tommy seems to be enjoying himself with it as he introduces the first contestant of the second round. That, of course, is Sugar Aloes, and this time he's going to do for us Roti and Dalpuri. Well, I don't know what he's really calling this. On the record, it's called Roti and Dalpuri. Tommy introduces it as Roti and Curry, and if you talk to Sugar Aloes, he tells you it's Roti, Dalpuri, and Curry. Here he is on stage.
Well, we know what it's all about.
I don't know how you feel, but my love for you is real. To you I want to marry, to give you plenty dory. I want to be a doula with the little saibala. All these things I'll do for true, honey, just to marry you. So come on now, do say you love me too. So how now, Betty, tell the Locarni, I want roti with curry. I love curry. Go tell she I say roti mange. I want alu and shana, mango and paratha, bagaini with kushela. Oh gosh, go and tell her, go tell the Locarni, I want pumpkin sacchary, mulga with kachori. Oh Lord, how now, Betty. La 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 la. Hey hey, oh oh. I'll be devoted to you, as the faithfully true. Look me by and me didi, they all want you for Bauji. They go call you Dulahen when we fix up the wedding. You go dance for Madikur, then I will give you Sindur, and Annie will be happy if you only marry me. So I'm not Betty, tell the Locarni, I want roti with curry, but I love curry. Go tell she I say roti mange, what you want? I want dalu and shana, yes, mango and paratha, bagaini with kuchila. Oh gosh, go and tell her, tell me Locarni, I want pumpkin sacchary, mulga with kachori. Oh Lord, how now, Betty. La 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 le 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 le. Hey hey oh. I'll be a good doula and will love you forever. I'd love you the way I should, do for you all I could. I go chunke di talkari, go te dal with the gotani. I go take the ashes fan, help manage the marathon. Honey, try and understand, let we fix the marriage plan. So how na baby, tell the local-ni I want roti with her curry, but I love curry. Go tell she I say roti mango. I want alu and chala, yeah, mango and paratha, but I knew it kuchara. Oh gosh, go and tell her. Go tell me locally, I want pumpkin sabri, mulga with kochori. Oh Lord, how no baby. La 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 le 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 le. Hey hey oh oh. I'll be a good doula and will love you forever. I'd love you the way I should and do for you all I could. I go to Katie Talkari, go te dal with the gotani. I go take the ashes fan, help my the baratan. Honey, try and understand, let we fix the marriage plan. So how na baby, tell the local-ni I want roti with sal curry, but I love curry. Go tell she I say roti mango. I want alu and chana, yeah, mango and paratha, but I knew it kuchara. Go fast, go and tell her. Go tell me locally, I want pumpkin sabri, mulga with kochori. Oh Lord, how no baby. La 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 le le le. Bojeri lawa, bodula hinandula. Bojeri lawa, podula hinandula. La 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 le 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 le. Hey hey oh oh. I will forever try keep you satisfied. Look, I have 5 acres of land to plant pepper and buy gun. I go save up all the paisa to build you a big jupa. With honesty and devotion, let me be your champion. You may feel it's flattery, you control my destiny. So how now baby, tell the local-ni I want roti with that curry, but I love curry. Go tell she I say roti mango. I want alu and chana, yeah, mango and paratha. Hey hey, oh gosh, go and tell her. Go tell the local-ni I want pumpkin sabri, mulga with kochori. Oh Lord, how now baby. La 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 le 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 le. Hey hey oh oh. Where you want? I want alu and chana, yeah, mango and paratha, but I knew it kuchara. Oh Lord, Lord. I want pumpkin Calvary, Mulga with Pachori. La 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 la. Good Lord. Oh Lord, Lord. I want pumpkin Calvary, Mulga with Pachori. Where you want, where you want, where you want. What's that one, China? Hey, Mango, but I didn't put you up. Oh, Lord, Lord. What's that one? Hey, Mulga with Kachori. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Feel like.
And making his way off stage now, contestant number 1, Sugar Aloes, with his Roti and Valkyrie. Of course, in the second round, certainly going to find the tempo step up a lot from the majority of the Calypsonians, with the exception of one or two who are going to go for slower ones.
Most Calypsonians tend to go for one sort of a message tune and sort of a party or up-tempo tune. You do find the odd Calypsonian coming with the party tune with a message, and there will be one or two this round that, despite being up-tempo, will have a little bit more message. I think this particular Calypso doesn't have too much of what you would call a message in it. It's a plain statement. I think this particular Calypso doesn't have too much of what you would call a message in it. It's a plain statement of, let's say, a guy making a play for someone of the East Indian descent and showing all the things that he knows about the Indian delicacies to convince her that he
But over the last couple of years, Sugar Aloes has favored sort of the Indian type of Calypso.
In fact, this is the third straight year that he has sung a tune that has the marriage between the soca and the Indian rhythms. Last year he sang a tune called Soca Mangi, which he didn't make it beyond the 10th. And the year before that he did have another tune that was a marriage of soca and Indian rhythm.
I'm quite surprised that he didn't introduce some tassa drumming, because there is a particular part of the tune in which there's a lot of tassa drumming, and I thought that he may have brought that on, because he actually brought Baby Sandra with him. She's been appearing with Sugar Aloes while he's been doing this selection, and he's been using tassas, but tonight in the big show, well, they were not visible, and I certainly didn't hear tassa music or so.
They would have certainly enhanced his performance.
All right, contestant number 2. Gentlemen, this is a police officer. He is, I don't know if he's the reigning police...
he was the runner-up this year.
Runner-up this year, but he's won it before.
He won.
That's right. This is Kenny J. Kenrick Joseph, as I say, he is a police officer. His first selection was Gone Are the Days, and for his second appearance on the stage tonight, Slow Down.
But I have to read for you all can see it. Who is Kenny J? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the man, contestant number 2. Slow down, Kenny J. Yeah, man.
And think about the things that you're doing. I said to stop and get acquainted with what is happening. I really find you moving too fast and acting just like if you don't care. All you want to have is a good time. Remember the deadly disease is here, because AIDS is a killer. It was sent by the master to put man and woman back in order. It could create a disaster, destroy every brother and sister, if we don't pull ourselves together. If you tell yourself that you're smart and continue to run around, I say remember, darling, it will throw you down. I say remember, darling, it will throw you down. Slow down, slow down. Oh Lord, it will throw you down. Slow down, slow down. It will throw you down. I say, yeah. Ba-da-ba-di-da-ba-da. Dee-la-da-da-da. Ra-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Do-do-do-di-ba-ba-da. It's hard for you to know when somebody have it. I said to wait, darling, and make sure it's safe before you do it. It has some carriers walking around. Man, they're looking healthy and strong. Some take about 5 days to see a sign. Man, it's better we do this thing in we mind, because AIDS is a killer. It was sent by the master to put man and woman back in order. But some people just can't understand. Look, man still making love with man, and then doctors say, is there the thing really come from? If you tell yourself that you're smart and continue to float around, I say remember, darling, it go throw you down. I say remember, darling, it go throw you down. Slow down, slow down. It go throw you down. Slow down, slow down. It go throw you down. I say, yeah. It's time that everybody here become conscious. Right now, we all have to get very serious and use clean blood for transfusion. Reduce your sexual partners to one. Don't use needles to fill a nice head, cause next thing the virus hits you instead. I'm talking about AIDS is a killer. It was sent by the master to put man and woman back in order. You could be faithful as Mary, refusing Tom, Dick and Harry, but your cheating lover brings it home quite easily. If you tell yourself that you're smart and continue to run around, I say remember, darling, it could show you down, down, down. I say remember, darling, it could show you down. Slow down, slow down. Oh God, it could show you down. Slow down, slow down. Oh Lord, it could show you down. I say, hey, bye. many tourists coming to Trinidad. I know, and you know, all that we want to eat are white meat bad. Your sweet love come from up in the cold, telling you you're the sweetest thing in the world. Man, the first thing they want to get you in bed. Check your head and remember how AIDS is hurt. I talk about AIDS is a killer. It was sent by the master to put man and woman back in order. We seem to forget God's commandments and doing most things that don't make sense and living a life of ignorance. If you tell yourself that you're smart and continue to run now wrong, I say remember, darling, it's going to throw you down, down, down. I say remember, darling, it's going to throw you down, slow down, slow down. Oh Lord, it's going to throw you down, slow down, slow down. It's going to throw you down, slow down, slow down. It's going to throw you down, slow down, slow down. Oh Lord, it's going to throw you down, slow down, slow down. It's going to throw you down, slow down, slow down. Oh Lord, it's going to throw you down, slow down, slow down. It's going to throw you down. Fantastic. Number 2. Kenny J. Slow down.
And that was Kenny J with his second selection, Slow Down, talking about the killer disease, AIDS.
Of course, Alvin Kenny has found sort of the secret formula of telling a serious message with a nice melody.
Yes, the tempo is a little more up than the first round, although I thought he could have taken it just a wee bit faster.
I've heard him sing it a little faster, but I think this relates to a point that you made earlier on in which they slow down the selection so the judges could hear the dictation.
Correct, but there are times you have to put the tempo in order to get that little bit of interest in the second round. It's late in the morning and the people want something to party with, and this is why I think the next selection by the Maxi Dub is going to start waking up this crowd.
So that's going to be a party tune, certainly going to be a party tune. It's one of the popular ones, and in fact I understand it's being considered as a road march contender.
Yes, it is picking up quite late, and in fact I believe the road march this year might turn out to be a surprise. There are a few hidden contenders.
We have Tommy Joseph on stage, making the announcement for the third contestant. Again, another Calypsonian hailing from the Spectacular Forum. I think we have how many from the Spectacular Forum? Let's see. Just one. Just two.
The other one.
Just being the other one. Two from the Spectacular Forum. And this is the first one there, and that's Errol Bally Ballantyne, who's a customs officer, and as you can see, the props are being very effective this evening. First of all, we had Chalkdust with the maxi taxi that he brought on stage, and a number of props used by some of the other Calypso.
Now he's going to jump out of his jeep,
and he's going for the maxi dub. Here's Bally.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get one more time for contestant number 3 coming up. Bali Valentine, Maxi Taxi, Top.
Breakdown. So I jump in a maxi, go into town, feeling nice and easy. In my tranquility, something starts me and I jump up. All to my surprise is now I realize was all DJ who only play the whole damn day to my destiny. Goodbye, 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 bye bye, goodbye, 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 bye bye, goodbye, 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 bye bye. Saggy, that is a bomb bomb. Saggy, that is a bomb bomb. Ramadi, that is a bomb bomb. Ramadi, that is a bomb bomb. Line up, line up. Everybody line up, line up. Oh, jump up, jump up. Everybody jump up, jump up. Eh. Oh, eh. Oh, eh, eh. Music live and my head on fire. I beg you drive, play a little softer. All my family, they drive, describe to me how they born. The youth, they always say they like these things I play and they love the dub, they love to rub. So join the class or left me class. You say doobly bye, bye, doobly bye, bye bye, doobly bye, doobly bye, doobly bye, bye bye, doobly bye, doobly bye, doobly bye, bye bye. Saggy dancing is a bum bum. Saggy dancing is a bum bum. Ramatini dancing is a bum bum. Ramatini dancing is a bum bum. Line up, line up. Everybody line up, line up. Oh, jump up, jump up. Everybody jump up, jump up. Eh. Sang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Oh, sang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Eh. Sang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Oh, oh, eh, eh. To cry, cause I couldn't hear too far. All how I tried, I couldn't bend the driver. From south to Port of Spain, all over again was the same thing. I had to persevere, is there, and then I swear it will never be, you will never see me in no more seat for them to kill me when it's doobly bye, doobly bye, doobly bye, bye bye, doobly bye, doobly bye, doobly bye, bye bye, doobly bye, doobly bye, doobly bye, bye bye. Saggy that is a bum bum. Saggy that is a bum bum. Ramadi that is a bum bum. Ramadi that is a bum bum. Line up, line up. Everybody line up, line up. Oh, jump up, jump up. Everybody jump up, jump up. Eh. Lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Oh, lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Eh. Lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang. Oh, oh, eh, eh. It's a rubber-dub style, and it sounds like reggae. But all the while, don't play it whole day. I want to hear Brigo mix up with a gypsy or shadow. Play a little routine, follow up with me. It's for you to show, and let's see you know that's the way to go. And I don't need to goodbye, 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 bye, bye, goodbye, 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 bye, bye, goodbye, 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 bye, bye. I want to swing up the driver. Tagay the a bum bum. Tagay the a bum bum. Ramadini the a bum bum. Ramadini the a bum bum. Line up, everybody line up, Oh, jump up, everybody jump up, eh. Sang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang, oh, sang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang, eh. Sang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang-a-lang, oh, eh. Big body girl, sweet, sweet. Big body girl, sweet, sweet. Big body girl, sweet, sweet. Thank you. Line up. Everybody line up. Oh, jump up. Everybody jump up. Thank you.
Bali and the Maxi Taxi Drop. And he had a lot of crowd participation with his tune.
Yes, they were singing along a lot of the lines with him and giving him that clap at the end in time with his music. Well, we've had 3 contestants in the second round, Sugar Aloes, Kenny J, and Bali. And already we begin to see how important the second tune is going to be in terms of separating those people who might be being very close at the end of round 1.
It's also sort of bringing a little life to the grandstand too, because we've had a lot of setbacks with this evening's program due to the inclement weather.
Yes, and we go on therefore to contestant number 4, and this is the moment of truth for the defending monarch, Coco. And most people are really putting a lot of effort into their presentations tonight to make sure that the message is communicated over to the audience, what they are singing about. Coco will be singing Fire This Wrong, a calypso which deals, it's a sort of answer to criticism that was made over television in connection to his composition last year, which had to do with the corruption in common entrance. And he is suggesting all of the people who should be burned as a result.
I understand that he's added a lot of names to the list since the original recording of the record, which is not on releases yet. It's due for release sometime next week.
Yes, there are quite a few tunes on there. There's another tune called The Suitcase and one on the front line. But tonight he has elected to do 2 tunes from the LP, Whip and Gone, the first round, and this time around, Fire.
Weston Rollins is the gentleman's name, and as Alvin told you, he's in here tonight to defend his title. Presently the reigning Calypso Monarch from 1988. Certainly trying to retain that crown as he comes on stage to make his final appearance. The first selection he did, Whip and Gone, and his second one called Fire. Other contestants still to come include Protector, who will no doubt be doing his Pan Chalkless. We don't know if he'll be doing a new selection or a tune called Carnival as the answer. The Baron will be doing Somebody, Tambu will be doing Free Up, and Denise Plummer together Here Again. So we still have a lot of activity inside the Dimanche Gras show at the Savannah this evening. We still have the MC on stage, that's Tommy Joseph. He will take the contestants through the second half of the program. The first half, the contestants were introduced in a very unique style too by the Lord Superior, who did a lot of extempo with the names as he brought them. And I thought that was rather cute out there.
Yes, and I kind of liked it. That, it seems good that they've used Tommy Joseph for variety in the second half, but I like the idea of the extempo for the introductions in the first half.
Well, I think if they use Tommy Joseph just to walk on stage and say, ladies and gentlemen, here is so-and-so, it's just not Tommy Joseph. You have to get a few jokes from Tommy Joseph, and on a night like tonight, Tommy just might just sort of take it a little far.
Yes, well,
and that's really the reason. That's really the reason why we're just talking down the face while Tommy's also talking on stage.
Calypso! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on. Title of the song, Fire. For the second time, welcome on stage, the reigning Calypso Monarch, Weston Rollins with Crow.
Stalin right to side with St. Peter, but he didn't know that St. Peter had a brother. St. Peter working for years under endless strain, so he ain't fighting to get much vengeance again. When Peter brother hear Jag, he saw on the TV, say he don't like Kaito and Pan, it's just Danjal and Hindi. He tell Peter, call Crow, I was seeing bad. I want him help me burn some big boys with Trinidad. He said, if a man could born right here in this land and publicly say he don't like Calypso and Pan, he tell me, fire, don't care how we grow. Light your matches and let them burn. And if a woman could be so absurd and slack to say how Indians here don't consider themselves black, he tell me, fire, Crow, I smell trouble and I feel Stalin on the wrong people. Prepare yourself, partner. For being so wicked, you're going to burn in hell's fire. For being so wicked, racial and slack, Stalin permit me to light up the fire ban. Fire. John Public agree. Fire. They try to stop me. Fire. They find I look small, but they can't hush up the midgets at all. Fire. Da, 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 da. Fire. Fire. I'm proud to be a Calypsonian, and my ambition is to sing out for the poor man. So let my enemies know I sing with no fear. With linguistic here every year, Crow go be here. Luther King, Bishop Kennedy, and Walter Rodney. Jean Miles died trying to stop corruption in this country. So all them people who get in a pressure with I. For the truth, my fans, I am not prepared to die. Those against racism should hang their head in shame. Big protest meeting at UE, about 4 people came. He tell me fire, they too racial and bad. Fire for Indrani Rampasad. I could never forget issues and ideas that night. This woman opened she mouth and say all Indians white. He tell me fire. He shock his tumble. That's why he says Stalin on the wrong people. Prepare now, Indrani. St. Peter's waiting to deal with you most severely for telling this nation Indians here not black. Stalin permit me to light up the fire ban. Fire. John Public agree. Fire. They try to stop me. Fire. They find I look small, but they can't hush up the midgets at all. Fire. Fire. Ida say, Croco, listen to me. Sing about Eric Robbie and sing about how Chambers done see. Sing about Odd Boom see. Sing Netty Netty. Sing brown skin girl, why you just stay home and mind baby? But big protest from the Guardian, big debate on TV. If you're just in curry, nanny wine or in tranny, when you're to ram to run the country, I never hear no big protest from anybody. Scandalize ministers and degrade the black woman, but don't sing shanty or mention the East Indian. You go get fire. That's why they try on me. They ask the NCC to take away my prize money. Them act like Juju Warriors and Jambalasi, but don't miss and put on a capra or a dhoti. You go get fire until you wobble. That's why you're short, darling, on the wrong people. Prepare yourself, partner, for being so wicked. You're gonna burn in hell's fire for making that serious racial attack. Stalin permit me to light up the fire. Fire, John Public agree. Fire, they try to stop me. Fire, they find I look small, but they can't hush up the midgets at all. Fire, fire. Stalin wrong was to travel so far to go and look for Victoria and Bhutan. Pay a big affair, go quite over there. When it's a wicked racial people to burn right here. Maybe like me, Stalin just like to travel bewee. Could be the reason why he take that long journey. So much a racial people it has living here. Stalin should come and help me light fire for a year. I feel these people owe me an apology. Dr. Chen, Dr. Mutu, Ramnath, and Indrani, or else it's fire. I came in them blows, and I hold like fire in the nose. I don't believe monkey don't see the tail at all. They accuse me and it end up this them way racial. He tell me fire, sing your kaiso, and tell them that racialism must go. Prepare yourself, partner, for being so wicked. You go burn in hell's fire for making that serious racial attack. Stalin permit me to light up the fire. Fire, John Public agree. Fire, they try to stop me. Fire, they find I look small, but they can't hush up the midgets at all. Fire, John Public agree. Fire, they try to stop me. Fire, they find I look small, but they can't hush up the midgets at all. Fire, John Public agree. Fire, they try to stop me. Fire, they find I look small, but they can't hush up the midgets. Thank you.
Well, it's always important for a defending monarch to defend his throne to the best of his ability, and I think that Coco can feel justly proud of his performance in each round.
What I noticed too, Alvin, is that again he changed up the tune considerably. There were quite a few names on the record that were not mentioned here, and a few additional ones were put in tonight.
But what I noticed is that he sort of stayed more with the basic theme of fire for people who were racial, so that he kept the theme more in line with the attack that was made on him by the Indian community, rather than spread it beyond that.
One thing that I thought he had in his favor was the crowd here. He had everyone listening to him. They were certainly listening to him, and he was very clear in what he had to say. You heard every word that Coco had to say.
Well, most of the contestants tonight, I must say, have worked on their diction and their rendition in general, and they generally have been quite clear. We have not had any problem hearing the lyrics of most of the Calypsonians tonight, and this is very commendable to all of the artists who performed here tonight.
Well, if we could just update those of our audience who probably joined us a little late, let's just tell them what the judges are looking for. And I think you have that information.
Yes, the lyrics will be 30 points, melody 30 points, rendition, which is quite important, 20 points, presentation 10 points, and originality 10 points.
In the first run, let's see, Sugar Aloes, he did his public advice, and then the second selection was Roti and Dalpuri. Kenny J, Gone Are the Days and Slow Down, Bali, Dougla and the Maxi Dub, and Crow Crow A Short While Ago. Whip and Gone was his first selection, and Fire he chose as his second selection. Of course, there's a lot of speculation as to what Crow Crow would have chosen as his second tune here this evening. But he settled for one that quite a few people have heard before by simply going to the review tent, because for the first time he's been appearing at the review tent.
Well, I think he might have been prompted with the popularity of the Whip and Gone has been getting a fair amount of airplay in the last week, and it has been going down quite well.
It's a beautiful tune.
It's a nice tune, and I think he might have been encouraged to do that as one of his two tunes tonight.
All right, well, contestant number 5 is Michael Legaton. As we told you earlier on, he's based in Canada, and of course he is one of the joint winners of the Young Kings 4 89 with Christopher Tambo. He is appearing in position number 5 tonight. His selection is called Ispan, and on stage the music of Mr. Clyde Kelly Martin.
Contestant number 5, Protector is Pan. We're pushing culture in a positive way this time around. Lord. When Tchaikovsky wrote his first symphony, I'm sure that he didn't have instant success, but he still continued to compose until some time later. The genius in this man dictated that he would be ranked among the best. My point is simply that if it worked for him, why do we continue to treat our music with scorn? Yeah, our cup of talent is now filled to the brim. So it is time that we start moving on. So let me tell you, the time has come, I say, to give the rest of the world a taste. So when we settle down to play sweet melodies with Billy Space, the music must be real exciting to keep them audiences applauding. It is the ultimate to show our music's really great. And in the midst of the confusion, when we show that we have their attention, that is when we make them understand and ready listen to his pan. Good Lord. Lord. Go boom boom de ay. Da 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 do da do da 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 da. Go 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 boom 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 da da da. All school children, once they're trained Begonian, with sticks in hand, should enjoy this new freedom, just like history or maths and English in their daily study. How great it would be to have steel band music in their curriculum. Standardized instruments right across this land would prove that the art of playing could survive. Yeah, steel bandsmen as teachers would help cement this plan of keeping this great music alive. And let me tell you, when we go away to give the rest of the world a taste, and we settle down to play sweet melodies with Billy Space,
The music would be real exciting to keep them audiences applauding. It is the ultimate to show our music really great. And in the midst of the confusion, when we show that we have their attention, that is when we make them understand that they listen to his pan. La 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 la, boom 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 boom, boom 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 da 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 da, da 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 boom boom da 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 da. No boom da da, boom 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 da. Just imagine worldwide television take a global stand to bring it through loud and clear, and the powers that be with their respective population should sit gracefully while our pan musicians brighten the atmosphere. The world listening to pan music without flaws. What a great day for culture and tourism to share. Yeah, when a stranger say, but my pan, please get yours, then we know that we really going somewhere. And let me tell you, when we go away to give the rest of the world a taste, and we settle down to play sweet melodies with Billy Spirit, the music would be real exciting to keep them audiences applauding. It is the ultimate to show our music's really great. And in the midst of the confusion, when we show that we have their attention, that is when we make them understand that they listen to his pan. La da 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 da. Boom 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 da 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 da. Boom 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 da da. La 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 la. We're gonna show you what we mean by pan culture. Tell him, man. Together, will you? Our music is pan. Pan. You listen to pan. Pan. Interpret the pan. Pan. Emphasize the pan. Pan. Our music is pan. Pan. You listen to pan. Sweet music on pan, pan, emphasize the pan, pan, all music is pan, pan, you listen to pan, pan, sweet music on pan, pan, emphasize the pan, pan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our culture. Thank you.
That was contestant number 5, Protector, with his second offering, Is Pan.
Of course, Alvin, that particular tune, Is Pan, the melody was done by Clive Telemark, and the lyrics by Michael Leviton, the Protector. That's how the whole thing was written.
Yes, it has been a beautiful marriage. Clive Telemark played the pan tonight, so I think he must have felt good to know that he had an input in the tune that he composed tonight.
In fact, when they wrote the tune, they thought that a popular steel band was going to play it, and then it was changed at the last moment, but it was actually written for a particular steel band.
Trinidad All-Stars.
I don't know. Michael Leviton, Protector.
That's the number 5.
All right, well, we have Tommy Joseph on stage, so perhaps we can cross the way.
Give me an next picture, brother. I see all you snapping inside. Give me a picture, man. Just now I thought it was lightning, you know, his pictures all taken out. Give me a snap there, brother. You know, I had a dog home. You ever see a photographer dog yet? Partner, cameraman, you ever see a photographer dog? You never see that before? But they have that, a photographer dog. But my grandmother had a photographer dog. Anytime you come by the gate, they just snap at your foot. You understand it? Nice. And if you know how important a camera is, you don't know. I remember a time a car fall over Lady on road, going down in a precipice. And a pepper tree was holding it up, so things was kind of hot. And they send a record, it's tired, waste of time. You know the fellow who come with a camera and take it out? Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, now you're happening. We still have plenty guys to come. I don't know what's happening there yet, if they're ready for me. But these days in this country, you have to be careful how you're even calling people and all now. It's no long time you're going to call a fella and ball out, hey, what's happening? And he say, all right, it's in for again. Yellow ball out, doi. That's a bandit. But let me tell you what happened recently. 4 fellas born in a bank. They have all kinds of sophisticated weapons. They are no SLR and they come with NAR. Gentlemen. It's all right. There's a hold up. Nobody move. Well, you're not treating you ready. Everybody gets frightened. Lie down on the ground. They ain't lie down. They just throw themselves on the ground. But, man, it's all right. Before we do all the anything, all you know this is election time. Let me know what party all you're affiliated with. The first fellow, you ready to say one time. You say, you see me? I the PNM, the bandit drizzle. All they mismanage. All they waste money. All they even drink expensive rum and all they drink pre-back. All they wicked. Like the next man gets, they say, you, what party you affiliated with? He said, Irish Club 88. The bandits all right, you ain't ready yet. Tell you, who you with? He said, Isaac N. Jack. The bandits all right. Let the people decide. So the last fellow now he's laughing. They say, you. He said, Isaac N. A. They say, Robbie. Calypso Monarch, 1989, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next on stage, in position number 6. Title of the song, Carnival is the answer. Put your hands together. Welcome on stage, school teacher, Horace Liverpool, the mighty Stardust.
So a nice up-tempo tune with a message. Carnival is the answer, as done by Hollis Liverpool, the Chokers.
Carnival is the answer. Horace Liverpool, contestant number 6, Carnival is the answer.
Trinidad and Tobago, the steel band and the Calypso, as part of Carnival, teaches us to love, pal, so we don't have conflict at all. But brother, there will be no peace in Afghanistan. Men will fight like thieves over in Iran. There will be still war in El Salvador for young man. These lands ain't have steel band. Only when Calypso reach Nicaragua, human love will flow to one another. These countries need power, our Carnival. They need Carnival. Yeah, in Trinidad and Tobago, the steel band and the Calypso are two cultural streams flowing out to the sea to bathe us with their harmony. But brother, there will be hatred down in Pretoria. Yankees will still bid for Guatemala. Workers in Poland don't like them Russian for young man. Poland is not given. Only when Calypso reaches in Russia, New York and Moscow will have each other to make them moral. They need Carnival. They need Carnival. In Trinidad and Tobago, Africans and Asians for so, along with Europeans, hug and dance when they meet on Carnival Day in the street. But sister, there is more fighting in the Philippines. IRA killing, soldiers in their teams, Iraq and Iran. Right to the Obama and Japan, Iran, is not divine. Only when I saw, we bring in Russia, New York and Moscow, will have each other to make them moral in the Carnival. In the Carnival. Trinidad and Tobago can teach the world to be, you know. Cause when we start betting, playing pan and singing, we forget race, color, or skin. So sister, folks in Lebanon will fight to their death still. Muslims and Christians learn to will and sex. Jews and Arabians causing destruction for England, it has divine. Only when it falls and with Carnival, you from every small town, we were in the time from our Carnival. Carnival. Oh yeah. Mini Carnival. What's the answer for Pakistan? Mini Carnival. What's the answer for Iran? Mini Carnival. What's the answer for Libya? Mini Carnival. What's the answer for Syria? Mini Carnival. We can teach the whole wide world. Mini Carnival. What's the answer for Jamaica? Mini Carnival. Trinidad could teach Iran. Mini Carnival. We can teach Scotland. Mini Carnival. Mini Carnival. Mini Carnival. Mini Carnival. Mini Carnival.
And there he goes, leaving the stage complete with his props. In this case, old-time Carnival characters. Hollis Liverpool, contestant number 6. Chalk Dust and Carnival is the answer. And early in the season, when I spoke with Chalk Dust, he told me that this particular tune he wrote hoping that one steel band, that's his ambition now, to get one steel band to play a Chalk Dust tune in Panorama.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that a steel band has played it. A steel band did play Ram the Magician some years ago.
He probably forgot about that.
And one did play Ash Wednesday Jail as well.
That's right.
So I would think he was hoping that it would reach the final with this tune, because it is a sweet melody. Well, we just have 3 Calypsonians to go.
And what we'll do is go on stage and get Tommy Joseph.
Public servants out there this evening. Public servants. What did I say to them, boy? Anyhow, I know I'll get all the full money in January. Full pay January. Then I hear they cutting it in February. Then March. Yeah. You know, life is something else. Now I hope you're really picking up this. Because when you bring in something like this, it causes a death, it'll cut it off. But things have really happened. Now my grandmother, she loves cricket. My little sister likes cricket. Not the one on the Young and Restless really broadcast, the commentary. So we listened it from Australia the other night. Cricket commentary. But the batsman who gone into the wicket now, his name is Graham Wood. So Wood batting. And my grandmother telling my little sister, take out that radio, that is rudeness going on. She said, no, mommy, that is cricket. Yeah, the commentator. It's a beautiful evening here at the Wacker Ground. We're looking now. Good evening, Richie Benno. Good evening, Alan McGilvray. We're now looking at Curtly Ambrose from the pavilion end, moving away from us. He's up to the wicket, holds the Wood, and Wood stand up straight for that delivery. Outside the line of the off stump. So sometimes when you think you're listening to this thing, that will be happening. And my grandmother insists that my little sister must take off the radio because the commentator continue. He say, I'm telling you something, Richie Benno. You think that Curtly Ambrose is bowling without trousers? He said, why you ask that? He said, because I just hear you say that he's getting his ball to swing both ways. And they continue. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on with our next contestant in position number 7, doing the song Somebody. Let's welcome on stage Timothy Watkins, the Baron.
A lot of people have come to the Savannah especially to hear Baron sing tonight, and of course one of the Road March contenders, certainly a tune that was played and now officially the test piece of the Panorama competition. Timothy Watkins Jr. in position number 7. Here's the Baron from the Review Calypso tent and Somebody.
The Baron, contestant number 7.
I'm looking for somebody to spend the night with me.
feeling for somebody to keep my company. Somebody good, somebody nice, somebody sweet, 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 sweet. I want somebody to hug up, somebody to squeeze up, somebody to jump up, and everything will be airy, 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 happy. I want somebody to hug up in the party. Somebody with tempo, somebody with zest, somebody who knows how to roll it up and shake it up. Happy. I want somebody to hug up in the party. All right, give me. That's nice. I like it. Hey, today, 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 oh, yeah, everybody I talk to is to share my point of view. Anybody I lean on will be someone just like you. Somebody right, somebody right, somebody smart, 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 smart. I want somebody to hug up, somebody to squeeze up, somebody to jump up, and everything will be airy, 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 happy. I want somebody to hug up in the party. Somebody with tempo, somebody with zest, somebody who knows how to roll it up and to shake it up. Happy. I want somebody to hug up in the party. Oh yeah. Tell them. Somebody to party. Give me. Oh yeah. La doy. Papa de la di di. Di 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 I'll be one little sofa, playing myself alone. If I can't find a partner, simply hand somebody home. I'm feeling to enjoy myself and get on bad. I want somebody to hug up, somebody to squeeze up, somebody to jump up, and everything will be airy, 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 happy. I want somebody to hug up in the party. Somebody with tempo, somebody with zest, somebody who knows how to roll it up and to shake it up. Happy. I want somebody to hug up in the party. Oh yeah, I like it. It's nice. I want somebody to hug up, somebody to squeeze up, somebody to jump up, and everything will be irie, irie, irie. Happy, I want somebody to hug up in the party. Somebody with tempo, somebody with dance, somebody who knows how to roll it up and shake it up. Happy, I want somebody to hug up in the party. Play this song. Alright, give me. Uday, uday. I want somebody to hug up, somebody to freeze up, somebody to jump up, and everything will be irie, irie, irie. Happy, I want somebody to hug up in the party. Somebody with tempo, somebody with depth, somebody who knows how to roll it up and to shake it up. Happy, I want somebody to hug up in the party. Aye. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good night, good night, you. Thank you.
That's the Baron, Timothy Watkins Jr. and Somebody. And Alvin, just a moment ago, while the Baron was singing, someone said to me that they thought the Calypsos this year were terrible. And I don't think that's a fair remark, actually, because there's so much music this year that I think a lot of people after Carnival are going to hear a lot of music and they're going to wonder where it came from.
Well, I think one of the problems tonight, to put it bluntly, is that the weather has certainly affected the whole the way the Calypsos are coming over. I think that the band is not coming over through the song system as lively and in sync with the singers.
We both
and all of the Calypsos are being affected.
We both covered Skinner Park, and the same band played. There was a different song system, and the whole of Skinner Park was rocking. What you had was real good music, but tonight the music seems to be a little on the weak side. However, let's see how Tambu's going to do as he comes on stage for his second selection, which is called Free Up.
It was 10 p.m. Saturday when the plane touched the ground. She stopped a taxi right away. Tell the driver take she straight to town. I just can't wait to reach in our best. Taxi man, hurry up. I find you driving very slow. Mash your gas to make another stop. Till you reach a place that I could jam and prance. Cause just tonight I was feeling to dance. It's a long time I jump up, long time I prance up. I just want to free up. I wanna jump with a finger pointing in the air. Oh yeah, yeah. Like a raging bull, I'll be trampling everywhere. Oh yeah, yeah. When the music hits my head and I start to behave well, they might even think I'm mad. When I start to get done back with me shirt in me hand and me waving in the air. Oh yeah, yeah. If Monday fall on a Friday, I ain't care. Oh yeah, yeah. We're gonna jump up, free up, jump up, free up, hey. The driver stopped the car by a pet when we reached into town. Lady, this is what you want. Pass the change and go and have your fun. She paid him and she jumped out the car, slammed the door in the face. Then she run across the street, moving to the party in her head. Pushing them aside, she bulldozed through the crowd. When she reached the gate, she started to shout aloud. Let me pass this, Mr. Gate Man. I can't wait to jam and move my middle section. I wanna jump with a finger pointing in the air. Oh yeah, yeah. Like a raging bull, I'll be trampling everywhere. Oh yeah, yeah. When the music hits me head and we start to behave there, they might even think me mad. When we start to get on back with me shirt in me hand and we waving in the air. Oh yeah, yeah. If Monday fall on a Friday, I ain't care. Oh yeah, yeah. We're gonna jump up, free up, free up. Jump up, jump up. Free up, free up. We're gonna swing the waist to the left. We're gonna swing the waist to the right. We're gonna swing the waist to the left. We're gonna swing the waist to the right. We're gonna swing to the left, then to the right, then to the left, then to the right, and elephant, 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 and elephant. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. You get man to woman like your mark with a smile on his face. Darling, let me see you stamp. If you want to go and check your waist. If you have no stamp, step aside, mad woman, clear the way. This is not a free party. If you want to pay, you have to pay. Don't care how we plead, she wouldn't move at all. Then she push him down and run inside the hall. She got police to arrest you. She say, man, go touch me, I just want a party. I wanna jump with a finger pointing in the air. Oh, yeah, yeah. Like a raging bull, I'll be trembling everywhere. Oh, yeah, yeah. When the music hits me here, and we start to behave well, they might even think me mad. When we start to get on back, we be shutting me hand and me waving in the air. Oh, yeah, yeah. If Monday fall on a Friday, I ain't care. What we gonna do? Oh, yeah, yeah. Jump up, jump up. Free up, free up. Jump up, jump up. Free up, free up. To get she out the best, the police officer tried his best. The girl was packed with energy, he alone couldn't make the arrest. The police try and try but could not apprehend she at all. He even tried psychology, but the woman stand up like a wall. She's so powerful, she made him change his mind. Then suddenly the police start a whine. She said, come on, let me jump up. Come on, let me prance up now. It's time to free up. I wanna jump with a finger pointing in the air. Oh, yeah, yeah. Like a raging bull, I'll be trembling everywhere. Oh, yeah, yeah. When the music hits me here, and we start to behave well, they might even think we mad. When we start to get back, we be shutting we hand and we wailing in the air. Oh, yeah, yeah. If Monday falls on a Friday, I care. Oh, yeah, yeah. We're gonna jump up, jump up. Free up, free up. 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 Jump up, jump up. Free up. Oh, yeah, yo. Free up, free up. Oh, yeah, yo. Jump up, jump up. Oh, yeah, yo. Free up, free up. Oh, yeah, yo. Jump up, jump up. Oh, yeah, yo. Free up, free up. Oh, yeah, yo. Jump up, jump up. Oh, yeah, yo. Free up, free up. Oh, yeah, yo. Jump up, jump up.
Just the sort of injection we needed to bring the Savannah to life at what is the time they are in about?
It's now 10 to 3 and
10 to 3. With first of all Baron and somebody, and then straight into Tambu with Free Up, and he had the whole audience going with him.
Well, Baron set a nice stage for him, and Tambu took up where he left off and really was able to get this crowd alive tonight.
In fact, without
full credit to him.
Without a doubt, I say that is the road match.
Well, at this point, it's the odds-on favorite, and I've always said that, you know, Calypsonians, especially in the second round, must make up their minds to let their hair down and perform, and not try to give too careful a performance. And I think Tambu threw caution to the wind tonight, and it worked for him.
Well, it's the type of thing that, I mean, the tune is called Free Up, and I mean, you can't be really tight with a Free Up thing.
Yes, well, he certainly had the correct atmosphere for it.
All right, once again, Tommy Joseph is on stage, and I guess we can take him in.
And the man is he said, all right, I will come back. Yeah, we ball in. Yeah, bye, yeah. Anyhow, now you're happening. We had to move on with the show because we still have plenty more entertainment to come. But I must give all of this one. Now you remember in the American election, everybody was talking about George Bush.
everybody was Bush, Bush, Bush. But you see the faggots, they never support Bush. You know why? He never wanted to run the caucus. You know that a movie started called Rocketson? You remember Rocketson? Well, when Rocketson died, they had his face downwards in the coffin, so all his friends could have recognized him. Yeah. They had this woman, she was invited to a funeral because things getting so tough now, you can't go to a funeral just again. They're inviting you. So she had this complimentary to go to a
I wonder how it feels, Alvin, sort of having to come after a performance like Tambour's, or any artist for that matter.
Well, artists actually prefer that because it means that the crowd is fired up and you can build on that enthusiasm that the crowd has. If the crowd is dead, it's harder for the artist to wake them up and get them into the groove of your song.
But over the years, people have been saying that there should be more sort of lively type of calypsos, especially on a Carnival Sunday night.
Well, the important thing is that while you have to get a message across in your lyrics, I think one should pay as much attention to the melody and to the tempo to marry the two together and not just...
But is it fair to this type of audience? I mean, how many people are coming here ready to pay attention to lyrics and things like this? Because this is Carnival. This is the start of Carnival, and as we sit down here, we're about an hour away from Juve. And, you know, do people really want to take on serious music at this time? Do they want message tunes and things like that? Or they want a party? It's like saying your band is going to cross stage on Carnival Tuesday with a message tune.
Well, I think the important thing here is that the Calypso contest should be the first thing on the program, when people's minds are fresh and where they're ready to listen to lyrics and not come this late in the morning.
I accept that part, but keeping it to the end and making it a very sort of heavy show, it's a bit much to ask on people. However, we've got the announcement for the 9th contestant, the final contestant. This year, Denise, like last year, sang at Kitchen's review tent, and the selection is called Together Right Here. She's making her way on stage. Here is Denise.
My island is the only place I know where people friendly and a place of living slow. Women pretty and immense and tall, a peaceful place where problems are small. Nowhere else you will see every race living in harmony. African together, right there. Indian together, right there. Chinese together, right there. White man together, right there. My country Trinidad, for me to live there I must be mad. No, 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 no way, I'm not going, no way. I'm staying right here, I'm not going nowhere. My island is the only place to be. All year round it's happy activity. Carnival and Rosé, Independence and Labor Day. Diwali is something to see. The faith that lights up a great country. Baptist together, right there. Hindu together, right there. Muslim together, right there. Christian together, right there. My country Trinidad, for me to live there I must be mad. I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying right here. No way, I'm staying right here. Ooh, In this troubled world of hell and confusion, poverty, hunger and frustration, my people home still partying, see bedding and complaining. You know how much people out there wish that they could be living here. Mandela wish he was right there. Ortega wish he was right there. Marcos wish he was right there. Jimmy Swaggart wish he was right there. My country Trinidad, for me to live there I must be mad. No, 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 no way, I'm not going, no way. I staying right here, I'm not going nowhere, no. Now take a look at my little Tobago, a peaceful place where milk and honey flow. Ask me, says me about flying fish, a good curry crab and dumpling dish. I know you're dying to know what else they have in Tobago. We have the gold race, right there. We have the great race, right there. Blue sea and white sand, right there. And plenty nice woman, right there. My island Tobago, if ever I be there, if there I go. Yes, sir. No, no, no way. All who packing to go, let them go. What they think is heaven is hell, and they don't know. Earthquake waiting in California, hurricane that mash up Jamaica, the whole of the eastern world waiting to blow up America. You'll be balling for mommy, right, running back on a beanie, right, where the silver is sacred, and only a bear is a Carib. Right, my country Trinidad, Mr. Domi is the hardest hard. No war and famine, right there. No bomb pelting, right there. Calypso playing, right there. And I staying, right there. My country Trinidad, for me to live there I must be mad. Oh no, 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 no way, I'm not going, no way. I'm staying right here, I'm not going, no way. Aha! How are you boys? No way. How are we staying? Right there. How are you boys? No way. How are we staying? Right there. Yes, sir. Let me hear. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Come back to my island. I'm here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Our ninth contestant and final contestant, Denise Plummer, together right here, her selections. Alvin, if we can quickly run over the 9 finalists in the Calypso Monarch finals tonight.
In first place, we had Sugar Aloes, his 2 selections, Public Advice and Roti and Dalperin. In second place, we had Kenny J, who sang in the first round, Gone Are the Days, and the second round, Slow Down his tune on AIDS. In third place, we had Bali, he sang Dougla and Maxi Dub. Fourth, we had the defending monarch, Procro, he sang Whip and Gone and Fire. And number 5 was Protector with Lord Put a Hand, and the second tune is Pan. In 6th place, we had Chalk Dust with Driver Wanted, and Carnival is the answer. 7, Baron, We Are Having a Party and Somebody. Number 8, Tambo, The Journey and Free Up. And number 9 was Denise Plummer with Champ and Together Right Here.
Well, I guess home audience have probably arrived at some sort of decision. And we, of course, at the Queen's Park Savannah will have to wait on the judge's decision that will be coming in a little while. There's more activity in the Dimanche Gras show, but we take a break right now and then come back to the Queen's Park Savannah.
Vitamin-enriched, all-purpose white flour. Top-quality flour that costs you less, but gives you more. Bakes, bread and cakes stay fresh longer, and Happy makes roti and parathas softer. fluffier too. Happy all-purpose white flour. Guaranteed satisfaction.
Ferroglobin B12, a scientific blood and energy tonic which contains all vitamins of the B complex group. Ferroglobin is specially recommended for women, but everyone can benefit from its 15 vital nutrients. Start your family on a course of Ferroglobin B12, available at drugstores everywhere.
Feeling RC, feeling so alive with RC Cola. Feeling RC, feeling so alive. Feeling RC, feeling so alive. I'm feeling RC Cola.
Get Sun-Picked flavored crystals for sensational taste. Comes in 9 fruity flavors. Real value for your money. So get Sun-Picked flavored crystals now.
Delicious.
Well, the entertainment takes over again because the competition is now over. We've had the kings and the queens in the costume. We've also had the finalists in the Calypso Monarch final. And now we have the pan shootout. And the host for this, the Midnight Robber commentator.
Make room, lane pass. Arden, Herbert, Panis, first class. The first nut she acquired was a sweet Hattel's tenor. Then he went on to conquer the kings of Kaloma. Now he come to devour all mocking pretender. From the College of Pan, enter Fillmore, the professor. From Chetnitz he came in a musical halo, illumination as bright as all stars of Socorro. But now he gets challenged, his blood rising like heat. Enter the lion, Old Brook from the east. The desperados of Pan live on the hill, they say. The higher you live, the badder you play. But it takes more than honey to sweeten this jam. So a Greenwich is a Greenwich with bat or with pan.
He had to stick in the waist. He say he comes to beat down the place. He was young and bad. He say he's a steel band man, but he couldn't beat the tune with the band. They run him out the yard. Hey boy, don't try that. But more than ever now, he wanted to make me play. He buy a pan and start practicing this night and day. Put this simple way, chord from do and re. Till he starts to build up feel and melodious steel. Hey, 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 hey. Desperados, all stars and Tokyo. South Symphony, ha, Renegades and Fun Valley. Pan and North Stars, Chepaliana band from Tanapuna. Oh yeah, I don't know, I was only told. But these are some bands going to tour the world. But these are some bands going to tour the world. He worked hard to master the scales, building chords he didn't want to fail in a big pan yard. Then he decided to try again to slam with a steel band. His father failed. This boy did want it bad, so bad. When are we ready up himself and ready to make him play? He sang a tune on the pan and he started to run away. I hear the captain say, Bobby, who is that beat today? Take him out and put him in from the tenor section. Ho, 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 hey, hey. It's a jam down rhythm. Let me be straight to be back to play. Steel band time, oh, it's a jam down rhythm. Showing the way and the thing is still steel band time, yeah. Oh, it's a jam down rhythm. Living it straight to be back to play. Steel band time, it's a jam down rhythm. Showing the way and beating each day. Steel band time. Hey, go bam bam yo, boom bam be, ba do bam be It's a jam down rhythm, living each day to be done to play steel band time. Living each day to be done to play steel band time. It's a old drum, hey, it's a jam down rhythm, So anyway, and then we say, Dimanche, oh, there's a jump down rhythm, living it says to beat and to play Dimanche. Oh, there's a jump down rhythm, so anyway, and then we say, Dimanche.
Well, some really first-class entertainment there. A pan shootout.
We shall shine like silver stars. Lord alone knows the crossfire that we face just to see this rising sun. But one day I heard an old cavalier say we would all live to see this starlift someday. Then like the Red Army, we then go march across this sunland to victory. He say from the east side it will appear, west, north and south, all stars will be there the day that we leave Heliard and walk through heaven's door to phase 2. So there we go. This praise song was written for the pan man, oh Lord, to all those who shown their dedication. Oh yeah. Out of yesterday's rejection, onward to a new perfection. From a hunger came a field, from that field we shaped the steel. So we sing this song of praise for those who had to clear the path that we could see through. So now we children, they have a source, so very trim begonias, of course, out of a muddy pond, 10,000 flowers bloom. This praise song was written for the band, oh, to all those who shown their dedication, oh yeah, out of yesterday's rejection, onward to a new perfection. From a hunger came a field, and from that field we shaped the steel. And so we sing this song of praise for all those who had to clear the path that we could see through, yes. So now we children, they have a song, so very trim they go down, of course, out of a muddy pond, I say, 10,000 flowers bloom. Forever and ever.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Entertainment there. David Weather's voice and the music there. Directed by Andre Tanker for that very special pan shootout, where we saw Arden Herbert, Ken Professor Fillmore, Robbie Greenwich and Earl Brooks.
I kind of feel a little bit sorry they've chosen Shootout, because in fact it was a lovely working together, which was very manifest when they all finished and they shook hands together.
That's right, but I think the name doesn't really matter there very much. Time is moving on. Juve starts at 4 o'clock, and I think we're going to see Dimanche Gras running into Juve. I don't know what all the
Pity though,
Juve
because
lovers
there's been a
are
lot
going to
of the show itself has been very well choreographed. It's just that we've run into the same snags we run into every year. Maybe one day we'll have a show that is nicely tailored and streamlined to highlight more the entertainment, perhaps, than what some people consider to be vital to a Dimanche Gras show.
But then we also have to remember we started over an hour and a half late, so that...
yeah, but even so, I think judging from the standard of the Calypsos this year, I think that the Calypso are allowed to just do one, which is what we have been advocating for so long. Perhaps the show would have been over quite some time ago. People here would have been far happier with what they looked at. I think
this now is going to be a tribute to the late Lord Melody, played to him by Dr. Sparrow.
Say one for Mellow. You take a picture. This carnival, we're going to have big confusion, big bacchanal. Cause our favorite Calypsonian, Lord Melody, decided he couldn't wait no longer. So suddenly, the mister succumbed to cancer. All who wished him well, all who sent him to hell. Put your hearts together, let's remember Mel. On the radio, I tell you, play one for Mellow. On your TV show, I beg you, play one for Mellow. Don't forget the name. Play one for Mellow. Melody of Fubuman fame. Play one for Mellow. He was never missing Carnival. Play one for Mellow. But was always in Bacchanal. Play one for Mellow. Jonah, you take a bet, yeah. Spoiler for I said Melody was my friend, right down to the very end. They want for Melody. La 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 la. They want for Melody. I tell you, darling. They want for Melody. They want for My partner Mel, known to be a little mischievous, others may tell tales of him being very devious. Mellow was yes, but still there was love between us. He had ideas that made him unique, ingenious. Tops when came to art, he sang from his heart. But as opposed to Melody was very smart. Elcock, will you please play one for Mellow? Let him rest in peace. Play one for Mellow. Suave and debonair. Play one for Mellow. With flamboyance and flair. Play one for Mellow. Elcock, just a little prayer. Play one for Mellow. To let the man know you care. Play one for Mellow. Hear him, the weatherman lion. Play one for Mellow. The weatherman lion. Play one for Mellow. Somebody who called. Play one for Mellow. And Mellow couldn't refuse at all. Play one for Mellow. La 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 la.
Dimanche Gras, a shiny man dead in a parlor, King Ugliness, Cain and Barrow and Diana, the peddler, Second Spring with shame and scandal, the whistler, the weatherman Lion, Michael, Jonah and the bake, Janet blow them away, Old Smokey and Mama look up, booty. All these hits he gave, play one for Mellow, oh please, Brother Dave, play one for Mellow, let the man know you care, play one for Mellow, he will rest wherever he is down there, play one for Mellow, he was a legendary act, play one for Mellow, nobody can deny that fact, play one for Mellow, yeah, glory mama, glory, play one for Mellow, glory mama, glory, play one for Mellow, was Christo who called, play one for Mellow, and Mellow couldn't read the ball, play one for Mellow. Belafonte must give us an explanation. Come out and say what happened to Mellow's millions. Harry is a multi-millionaire New Yorker. Mellow was a poor man and he died a pauper. Tell Harry for me that Lord Melody was calling his name all in the cemetery. I don't know where to start, but let me sing one for Mellow. You all must play with part. I tell you, sing one for Mellow. A very good friend. Sing one for Mellow. Right down to the very end. Sing one for Mellow. Like I said, a legendary act. Sing one for Mellow. No one can deny that fact. Sing one for Mellow. You take a bet, yeah! Sing one for Mellow. Was Spoiler who called? Sing one for Mellow. And Mellow couldn't refuse at all. Sing one for Mellow. Lord Melody gone. Sing one for Mellow. But his name must live on. Sing one for Mellow. I say he never missed Carnival. Sing one for Mellow. But was always in Bacchanal. Melody was my good friend. Sing one for Mellow. Right down to the very end. Sing one for Mellow. Some of all your day might tell me you're wrong. Sing one for Mellow. Because you're tired of smart all you in town. Sing one for Mellow. Mellow, mellow, melody. Sing one for Mellow. Mellow, Lord, melody. Sing one for Mellow. The son of an ugly animal. Sing one for Mellow. Shut your mouth, go away. Sing one for Mellow. Mama, look at poo-poo there. Sing one for Mellow. Eyes in your eyes. Sing one for Mellow. Sing one for Mellow. Sing one for Mellow.
The mighty sparrow there going on stage, looking absolutely fantastic and sounding even better. I mean, that man has certainly, he can't improve good. He's just kept up that standard. A tribute there to, in fact, there were two tributes to Melody here this evening. Let's join Vincent Maynard on stage.
I've been going from camp to camp, from tent to tent, determining who is the best in the several categories. They couldn't all come to or make it to the Savannah out of the 20 to the 24. But the NCC has decided on a number of additional awards going to be presented tonight by David Rudder and the Mighty Sparrow. I'd like to invite them back on. And there are two others.
Yes, certainly. I think we can definitely add the fact that there was an extra finalist, 9.
This is the story, ladies and gentlemen, about two lovely white women traveling all the way to Africa. They found themselves deep in the heart of the Baluba, in the Congo, in the hands of my big brother, Oompa.
Had it been me, I would have taken them back to their husbands. But brother was hungry.
Two white women traveling through Africa, find themselves in the hands of a headhunter. He cook up one and eat one raw, then taste it. He wanted more. Want more. I envy the Congo man. I want to shake his hand. He eats until his stomach upset. What about you? Never eat a white. I smell the blood of an Englishman.